And we have begun. Let's just go ahead and check that. Checking the sound. We have. Jordan, I need you to say something.
I am also here.
Check that.
It's proven to be what
Checking the sound.
Come on.
I need you to say something.
I am also here.
That would appear to have worked. Excellent. Okay, so let's go to there. Did I not post it on TikTok? I guess I didn't. 1 second, everyone.
I'm being lazy. I yet again don't feel like sharing the link to 10,000 places.
Just the two.
I tried. I tried logging into Discord on my tablet so I could just do it that way and not have to do it with my actual phone and have that pain in the ass. But it's like I have to authenticate it, and I'd have to do stuff with my phone, which would defeat the whole purpose of me not wanting to touch my phone because it's currently set up in the perfect position.
I understand. I understand why you said these things.
So, I guess what I'm ultimately saying is, welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast.
Hate sauerkraut. That's all I'm really trying to say.
This is the YouTube preamble where we see Justin's forehead slash top of his head.
Hate sauerkraut. That's all I'm really trying to say, Jordan.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to say is,
one day you find yourself in a meaningless quandary, wrapped in your
existential crisis,
meaningful, pitiful existence. You can still remember, Jordan, that there's still a place called Albuquerque.
Albuquerque.
Jordan, it's give me an A.
A.
B.
U. Kirky.
Okay, that's enough of that. 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. I think I messed up the timing on that. Let's do that again.
I think I messed up the timing on that. Sibilance.
I don't understand what this is. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Jordan, it's time for a show, Jordan.
It is indeed time for a show.
Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I am looking for comments, but I am your host. I am Justin. I'm joined as always by my co-host, Jordan. Jordan, how's Jordan?
Jordan is Jordan.
Jordan is Jordan. And today, on Spur of the Moment podcast, we got news, including what Doctor Doom may look like. We have trailers. We have Spider-Man news. We have all kinds of news. And then later, dinosaurs.
It's dinosaurs.
It's all kind of dinosaur-related movies. Mostly movies. I think it's all movies.
Dinosaur or dinosaur adjacent.
But first, I thought this was interesting. On our TikTok, Spur of the Moment P, we got a ton of comments on our video about our classic Canadian television. And I was told that it depends on your cable provider. That's what changed your channels. So for this one person, their YTV was channel 22, the Teletoon was channel 31, and Family Channel was 32. So it's interesting that Family Channel and Teletoon are always back to back. One person says that YTV was 29.
They were probably owned by the same telecasting
Oh,
company.
maybe that would make
That's
sense.
like a sister or like an umbrella kind of thing.
And then one person says that their TV Guide channel was 17, and one comment says that they had American
17.
satellite television growing up. Nickelodeon was on C4-3 and MTV was on G4-17.
Yeah, you had to be rich to have satellite. Like I would remember visiting people's houses that had satellite, and like there was one. I think it was one of my my friends back in the day, who you know the one, um, and his dad was very much like, yeah, don't touch it. Come like like me specifically, Jordan.
Yeah.
You don't touch it. Let him touch it. He touches it every day. He knows what he's doing. He won't mess it up.
Right.
Because like it was like back in the day, like when they said satellite, it was like you actually had to have a satellite.
You had to get on the roof and adjust
and
the
it was
satellite.
very specifically positioned, and you didn't want to mess with it.
Oh my
Now
gosh.
satellite is like you have a wire and it still connects to a satellite, but I assume it's way less complicated.
So we got a comment on our video about the multiverse. That is, I would describe an essay, and I was gonna
Please don't read the entire thing.
I was gonna respond to it, and I was gonna like.
I skimmed it briefly. I couldn't. It was too dense. I
It's
couldn't
too
get through it
dense,
all. But
and I was like, maybe we'll respond. Maybe I'll actually read it and then I'll respond to it next episode. But it was like, this is really dense. I don't know if I can summarize this. They say a lot. They make a lot of points. And we got 2 comments on our Breakfast Club video about remaking the Breakfast Club. Poo-pooing, as I expected they would, the notion of remaking that movie and being like, oh, remaking it doesn't what? How do they put it? Doesn't
live up to the legacy or something.
Remaking a movie is not the best homage, and
But it wouldn't necessarily be an homage. That's why you would be remaking it.
yeah, you remake it and you make it. You modernize it. You use modern language, modern fashion.
Theoretically, I get what they're saying. There are certain movies which for me are also like no touch, like don't touch it, don't remake it, don't redo it.
Kids
Like
don't like old shit.
for example, I don't want to see them touch or remake or do anything with Back to the Future.
No, I don't either. But with the Breakfast Club is different.
That's an example.
Because the Breakfast Club, like I said in my bit, was that movie is very much like a play or one-act play. So yeah, I could see them doing a new version of it with modern, but with John Hughes movies, they don't want to. None of his movies have ever been remade, and I'm like, this movie is so distinctly 80s. It is timeless, but I'm just saying we could, with the right director, a really solid director and production team, I think you could make a really good modern version of the Breakfast Club. I don't see why you couldn't do a newer version of it.
But I think what without reading either of these comments, I think what they're probably trying to say is just because you can do something doesn't mean you should.
Yes, but you should, because it's fun, and it's fun to reinterpret art.
Yeah, but Justin, this is their Back to the Future. They don't want you to touch it.
That is true. That's comments. That's brief comments. Jordan,
Like in this instance,
jump.
I'm okay with it, but there are certain ones where I get it. I get it.
I do kind of get it. Jordan, let's jump right into the news. That is still a reference nobody gets.
News at 11.
News at right now. So Jordan, I didn't talk about this news.
Which is 11.
I didn't talk about this news. But Mortal Kombat disappointingly. Dave Spitterman. Mortal Kombat disappointingly got delayed from October till like sometime next year. And I'm like,
movie.
Boo and yuck. I was really looking forward to watching that.
Oh. So I guess we won't be watching that one in theaters anytime soon.
No, we won't. And that bums me out because I was looking forward to that movie. But they gave a reason as to why.
I mean, I'll be honest. In that instance, I was more looking forward to the experience more than
Yeah,
I was the
it's
movie.
true. I'm excited to watch that one in theaters because I didn't get to watch the first one in theaters because, like, the C word, the vid.
Oh, that C word.
Yeah, that C word. But
I
apparently it has to
I
do with.
I was confused because I thought you were talking about the other C word, and I was like, that doesn't make
Apparently,
sense.
it has to do with Superman. Maybe because of Superman's financial success. It's being said that Superman performed so well for Warner Brothers that they're able to push it to mid-May as a tentpole for next year, as opposed to having to have it this year, which is dumb. But all right then.
So so wait, they want to hold it back so that it can be more popular.
Pretty much, yeah. So it can be put out at a better, more financially advantageous
That
time for them,
I hate capitalism.
right?
Like
I hate
like I
that.
hate capitalism. That's that. So basically, you have to wait longer for this thing that you want to see, even though it could be ready sooner because capitalism.
Because of money. Did I send you the new Marvel Zombie trailer?
I mean, I think you'd already sent me that one.
Okay.
It didn't look new.
Uh,
I
there's
didn't
a
see
there's a bit
I
of
didn't
new
see
footage.
I didn't see anything in there that I don't remember
Um,
seeing in the other ones.
there's a bit of new footage where you see Spider-Man fighting zombie Thanos, and the only reason
Yeah,
why I
that
included it,
that was in the last one where he threw the axe and you saw it.
no, I think in the other one, all you saw, all I know is there's been a bit of footage they've released where you actually see like the beginning part of the fight, which again annoyed me.
I mean, yeah, watching this, it's just become even more evident that this was just an episode of fucking What
What
If that
if? Yeah,
they,
it's just a sequel to that, and the only
especially
reason, which is
fine,
fine, it's fine. The reason
especially
it
when you
annoys
take
me is because they
into
keep
account,
insisting. Sorry, go ahead.
especially when you take into account or you realize that it's only like if it was like an 18 episode thing where like they were blowing it out, making it into a full show, maybe like having it start with where the zombie virus begins and like doing a proper like comic book
Yeah,
interpretation, then okay, that's one thing. But it's 4 episodes. It's in the style of What If. It's continuing the world that they set up in What If. It's very evident, and it has characters that were purportedly like rumored that they were going to be in like another season of What If.
yeah.
You know the Phase 4 characters and stuff. So yeah, it becomes very evident that this was 1 or 2 episodes of What If. Maybe multiple episodes. I don't know. Whatever. I think personally they had 1 episode's worth and they've blown it
Yeah,
out before.
they just
Um,
animated more of it. I
but it
guarantee
just
you,
becomes
yeah.
evident that this was going to be a sequel episode.
It just seems like that Wakanda show and this were just episodes of What If, because again, it's the same art style, it's the same animation, it looks exactly the same. As for doing the original comics, I don't think they ever could, because I mean, have you ever read the original Marvel Zombies
No,
comics?
I haven't.
A big
That's
part of
where
it is that they're all super smart and they're like immortal and they eat people
right,
and
but
they
they
gain the
they seem to be super smart in this one too.
yeah, I don't know. But no, it's more like they like eventually they eat all the people on Earth, and then they eat the Silver Surfer, and then they become like super invincible. They get the part. It's really dumb and really convoluted. So I understand why
I mean,
they can't.
they could just change it and make it like a bit
Yeah, but
different.
what?
My point was more the fact that they like if they were going to make a real show of it, they would do like at least 12
Yeah,
episodes.
something
They
original.
would do more than 4. Like I'm not saying they needed to do the comic. I was more just saying
I'm not.
as opposed to what they've given us, which is clearly just an
I'm not. I'm
extended
not.
What If
I
episode.
don't have an issue with them just continuing that story. That's not what irritates me. What irritates me is the fact that they're pretending that they're not, or they tried to pretend that they're not. Like it's clearly you see there's a clip, there's a bit where you see Spider-Man throw the axe with his web, and you see in the
Yeah.
background you see Ant-Man. You know, the Ant-Man head in the jar. So
Yeah.
it's clear, and they tried to be like, oh no, this is a completely different story. It's completely different, but no, it's clearly not. It's clearly gonna start. It's gonna pick up where the previous thing ended, which is with them fighting
Yeah.
zombie Thanos.
I mean, the article
really
you sent
obvious.
me, the article you sent me literally says that it's a continuation of the What If story.
No,
So,
no, yeah, it's frustrating.
like, we all recognize that that's exactly what it is.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe the people that were making it spoke out of turn, or maybe they didn't know what they were talking about. But
Maybe I don't know, but yeah, with the creators of it, they insisted. They insist. No, it's a completely new set of cast of characters. It's not going to continue on the story. It's going to be its own story. And I'm guessing, yeah, along the way, they just took what was, I'm guessing, the second episode, probably an episode that was in the third season. Because
probably
half of those episodes ended on cliffhangers that never paid off. So clearly, there's unfinished and unused animation that they've just updated. And it's even more apparent.
it kind of just comes across like they wanted to leave all those what if stories open in case they wanted to make a short little like what they've done with this, where they want to just continue it without having to commit to doing a full show.
So Jordan,
which honestly wouldn't bother me. Like if they wanted to create a show where the idea is it's continuing the different stories and you have it be longer and some episodes are 1, some episodes are like 5, just call it that. Call it like Tales from the Multiverse or something.
Exactly.
And have it be. But then at that point, it's just a season 4 of What If.
Yeah. Jordan.
So I guess what I'm saying is, don't do this. Just do more extended versions of What If.
Do that instead.
Just do that.
Jordan,
call it what it is.
They announced that the director of the Hunger Games, he's going to be directing a BioShock movie, and they have announced which BioShock game that it will be based on, and it's going to be going apparently to Amazon Prime. And I don't really get the point of an announcement of this because it's really obvious, Jordan.
It's the first one,
obviously
right?
It's the first one. What other one would you? I mean, okay, that's not fair.
You're not going to necessarily start with Infinite, although you could. You could start with Infinite. Personally, I like the story of Infinite more, so I'd be okay with that. But I also could see how you want to start with the original and go from there.
It's not that I don't get it. There just really isn't. I mean, there's a shit ton, but just Booker.
That's
more
funny.
Of a
funny enough,
protagonist.
of the shows that they've taken from games or have announced that they're going to take from games and turn into movies or shows, BioShock is one that makes sense.
Oh,
to
I
me.
get it. It's just with that first game, your main
especially because
he's not really a character. He doesn't really have much.
No, not really. Honestly, if I was going to do it, what I would do, quite frankly, is I wouldn't make it based on any of the games. I would make it a prequel. Like I would make the show a prequel to the first game.
Yeah.
And like show the building of the city and have the background of that world and explain it all.
Yeah.
And dive into the lore.
That would be interesting. I mean,
that's what I would do.
Be against doing it where although I do kind of like this. I like the second one conceptually, where it's from the perspective of one of the big daddies. But just do like the first season is the first game. The second season is because the second season is BioShock Infinite, because the DLC does cross over. Like you do.
It's true. It's
shit DLC. It's genuinely terrible.
The BioShock Infinite DLC. Yeah, you go to the underwater part. The
Rapture, and you play as Elizabeth, and they tell you that you're supposed to stealth through and use all these stealth techniques, but the game doesn't give you any de-incentivization to do so. So you can literally just it wants you to sneak through and peg guys with darts and knock them out and stuff, but there's no incentivization to not just kill them and swap out your dart gun with a regular gun. And so it's easier to just go through and blow through all the bad guys and just not do any of the stealth sections. Which is what I did. It's really dumb. It's really badly made.
For me, in a lot of stealth games, when possible, even when there is a stealth section, I still just end up systematically going through and knocking everyone out.
But most games,
so I can just walk around and not have to sneak anymore.
Most games will de-incentivize you to not
Depends
do
on the
that.
Game.
It'll be like, if you do that, it's going to be harder, and every guy will gun for you and try to kill you. That game it doesn't. There's no de-incentivization to not just kill everybody, even though the game wants you to do that. It's really bad. And it completely flies in the face of what that game is, because that game is an action game, and it's very funny. We will watch that with great interest. Let's do some Marvel stuff, Jordan.
I will watch that with mild interest.
Watch
when it comes out.
We'll watch this with great interest. Let's do all the Marvel shit. So there's a picture that came out. It's been revealed that Ned and Mary Jane will be coming back. which initially makes me go boo, yuck, and hiss, because I don't want that. I don't think they should. I think it undercuts the last one. But what's interesting is, and I don't know where I saw this, but I saw this somewhere. The dog. I saw this somewhere where it was they were only there for one day, which tells me that you're right. Your theory is right. And that
it's
just
the
gonna
thing
be a
that makes the
swing
most
by.
sense.
He looks at them forlornly, that he can't be friends with them anymore, and then that's it. I think that's all they're doing.
Well, it would also explain why
Like, I'm not against them coming back altogether.
Zendaya,
Just not for this
why
one.
why Zendaya was reportedly, supposedly was unhappy with the amount she was in it.
Yeah.
That would totally back that up and explain it.
And in the pictures, you see Jacob Batalon Ned has a MIT shirt on, and Mary Jane's head is covered, or Zendaya has her head covered, which makes people think that she's gonna have red hair. But yeah, I think it's gonna be like he sees them. It's one scene. It's like a walking cameo. And
that would be stupid. Why would she have red hair? So she dyes her hair red.
She dyes her hair red, I guess. I don't know. That's what some people are saying.
I don't want to be that guy, but I think that would look stupid.
I mean, I've never liked her as Mary Jane, so, or MJ. I've never liked her as MJ.
Just visually, like, I'm picturing it in my head, and it just why
to do it?
Why?
I guess to be a reference to the comics. But yeah, I think they're gonna be...
but it would look stupid.
Oh, sorry.
I would rather, and this would be like a funny thing, or there's two things I would rather. One, I would rather Peter meets Gwen Stacy and moves on. That's if I'm looking for comic book stuff. That's, or like he
I
gets
want
a
him
job
to meet like Mary Jane, and it'll make the people on the
gets.
internet mad.
Well, I was gonna say that would be the other thing that would be funny is if he meets a separate person who's like maybe like not Mary Jane, but like some other MJ combination.
Oh, no, because technically speaking, Zendaya isn't Mary Jane. She's Michelle Jones. So.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not Mary Jane.
Right, I forgot that. So yeah, no, then Mary Jane works then. Yeah.
I understand why people would hate that. Like, so many of fans of those movies would hate it, but I think it would be funny. The troll in me wants it. I think it would be
the
dumb.
troll in me would like that. It would be dumb, and I would roll my eyes, but the troll in me would also laugh.
I don't want
if I'm looking for like a boring and safe comic book thing that I would expect them to do, I would expect him to meet a Gwen Stacy, and fall in love. If I'm talking
love interest.
If I'm talking the thing, like if there has to be a love interest or somebody, if I'm talking the thing that would kind of surprise me, but I would also be okay with that, it would be I'm gonna blank on her name, Betty Grant, Betty
Grant. Yeah. I mean, she is a love interest he's had, but love interests.
Because that's one that's not done nearly as often.
I don't want any love interests in this movie. And apparently
they were just if they're gonna do a love interest. Someone catches his interest, have it be like a stinger.
Yeah, no.
And have it be Black Cat.
I mean, being that this movie is giving me everything that I want.
So like have it. I could see it where it's like, it's the post-credit scene. He shows up to stop a robber, and it's Black Cat, and it's like a slight hint of flirtation.
No.
I could see them. I'm not saying I want that. I'm just saying I could see them doing that.
No, it looks like this movie, in the vein of giving me every single thing I want, is just giving me everything I want. And yeah, it sounds like they're just in it for they were just there for the one day, and it just seems like they're in the one scene, and that's all it should be. I want him to just look at them forlornly as they're on the campus, and he swings away, and we never see them again. Oh, I mean, that's what we don't see them again until the next movie.
That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. If they were gonna do it, that's the one way it's acceptable.
Yeah. I think they are, and I think you're right. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think they're not in this much, and I respect that. But because if they do a thing though where he's also in MIT, and like the spell has worn off, and they all remember each other, I will be pissed. It will undercut everything I'm excited about for that movie. I will
You
be
can't.
choked.
To me, you can't. You can't. You can't. It
That's
completely
right
undercuts
with
the
what
last
makes
movie.
those MCU Spider-Man movies bad. Is that it cuts to when it's like it's a time skip and all of the important shit for those characters has been skipped over. That's why I'm like I'm
So-
nervous about him having this huge rogues gallery that he's developed off camera. I hate that.
So you know the feelings about that you have about MJ and the other one,
Yes.
Ned. Hold on to those. Hold on to those feelings, and remember that feeling when I talk about a thing later.
All right.
It'll
then.
make sense.
All right then. Right now.
You know
it's
how
not.
you're like, don't have them in the movie at all. It'll undercut like yada
Yeah.
yada yada. Or if you have to have them in one scene, hold on to that.
Interesting. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You
but all right.
you do. We have talked about this before, and you always argue against me. You're making my argument for me right now, so hold on to that.
I am. I'm running through. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. I suspect the context might be different, but we'll see. We'll see. Jordan, they revealed big time revealed there was a toy exhibition of some sort of exhibition where Disney trotted out a bunch of stuff, and they revealed a bunch of artwork. I didn't send it to you. I should have. They revealed a bunch of artwork. I'm trying to think how I can do this. If I indeed can. No, it's fine. When this eventually becomes a video later, the artwork will go in now. But they revealed a bunch of artwork of Doctor Doom, what Doctor Doom is going to look like, theoretically, potentially look like in Avengers Doomsday. And I gotta say, he looks pretty fucking sweet. Like, he looks like Doctor Doom. Like, not even like the, oh, he's kind of close, shitty version from the Tim Story movies. Like, he's got, like armor, like proper chainmail armor. Like, it looks like a Marvel versus Capcom version of Doctor Doom. Like, it looks like Doctor Doom. And there was,
I mean, that's really cool, but it again doesn't work for me if it's Robert Downey Jr.
No, I mean, but here's the thing though, right? Is it looks like they're really the fact that he looks like Robert Downey Jr. is part of this, and it really looks like, because at no point during this presentation does he take off his mask and he's Robert Downey Jr. So it really seems like for most of this, he's just gonna be Doctor Doom, which intrigues me. That does intrigue me. And they showed there's a really cool, I saw part of it, but there's a light show where they kind of show Doctor Doom's powers and him like opening up portals and like him walking out of a portal and just straight up killing Thanos. Apparently,
See, that's what interests me is because that's always been an aspect that they haven't really touched in like when Doctor Doom has been in movies, is he does magic. He's really like a really big magic user, and they in any of the movies that you've seen him in, they don't touch that half of him. They always touch on he's like a billionaire rich guy from Latveria, but they never do the magic half, and that's a big part of his character.
They also always leave out the fact that the people in Latveria like him,
love him to death.
But yeah, no, he's a techno wizard.
He, like technomancer or something.
Technomancer, that's what it was. He's a technomancer. So he uses technology. Yeah, his mom like died, and he tries to bring her back with magic. Yeah, that's
he like goes through hell.
Yeah.
Literally goes through hell.
Like, I know we keep, at least for me, I keep ragging on the Robert Downey Jr. Doctor Doom thing. And yes, I hate it at face value. But that's not to say there isn't a way. Like, yeah, man, if there's like a thing where there's a reason for why he looks like Robert Downey Jr., I will accept it. This image of him, I really wish I'd sent it to you. This image of him looks like Doctor Doom, and I was nervous that he would look like Iron Man, or that he would be sleek, or that it would be like you know when he walked out on stage and he had the terrible mask and the green suit. Like, in my brain, that's what I was picturing, and I'm like, no, this gives me hope that it will, at very least, I'll be like, hey, you know what? It's a low bar, but at least he looks like Doctor. The thing about Fantastic Four characters is the bar's really low. Like, the last one of them was a green crash test dummy. So it's like, he looking like Doctor Doom is kind of enough for me at the moment.
It does a lot of heavy lifting. And
it does a lot of heavy lifting.
A thing that I kind of want to emphasize is
a great deal of heavy lifting.
And this is where I I've watched enough movies where I am capable of doing this. The him being Robert Downey Jr. thing, I won't hold that against the movie necessarily. I hold that against the behind the scenes of it all, and I think it's lazy unless it's
That's an
done
interesting way to put it.
unless it's done in a particular way.
That's so
But,
funny.
like,
That's a funny thing
but-
for you to say. Because in
but I
years
won't-
past, you would have held it against the movie.
That's where I say because we've done this so
They've
much.
done this for
it's-
2
it's-
years almost. That it's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard. You can't hold it against the movie because
It's
within
not-
the context of the movie, there might be a suitable.
There might
it's
be
like
a
we were
suitable
saying,
reason.
It just needs
It could be explained. They
Yeah.
could have many. There's a few ways in which they can do it where
Stopped asking for a good explanation and just start
where
asking for an
it
explanation.
could work for me. Like they could easily have it be where like yeah, the Robert Downey and this is what I suspect this is what they're gonna do. They can have it be where the Robert Downey Jr. version is from another reality, so he's not from our MCU version.
Yeah.
Thus allowing them to have another actor play our version, like they did with basically they could John Krasinski it.
Yeah, yeah.
Where
absolutely.
they can have their cake and eat it too, basically.
Yeah, and I
Um,
mean, yeah, there's certain theories I've heard which are like, yeah, like the idea that he's from a universe where he's a Tony Stark that went too far. I don't
Yeah.
hate that. I don't hate that idea. I really don't.
Where
I-
the idea could be where he's a Tony Stark, where he took the I want to put a suit of armor around the world and ran with it like with a fucking mile,
Yeah.
and like instead of building Ultron, he built Downey bots.
I don't feel.
I'm just saying
superhero.
in this other
Yeah.
world,
I'm-
his version of Ultron could be what could be represented as Doom bots.
I'm always gonna be at least a little
But-
interested in an Avengers thing. So it's hard.
But from a metatextual standpoint, from a the people who are making it standpoint, yeah, it sure as hell comes across like they felt like the MCU was losing that spark that it
Yeah.
had, and they needed to bring the guy who started it all back to save them, basically.
Yeah, the guy.
So
and
like,
the guys
I don't.
Who
I
made the
don't.
last
Yeah, the
one.
guy and guys. Yeah. So like, I'm not gonna hold that against the movie necessarily, but from a studio standpoint, I do.
I do in the sense that it will be a hurdle that movie will have to climb.
Yes.
And not enough people are asking it to climb. That bothers me. There's not enough people being like, no, this thing needs to narratively justify why he looks like. You can't just be like, oh, he just happens to look like Tony Stark. No, there has to be a narrative
there has to
explanation
be
for it.
a
And
reason.
they've said that there will be. So I trust the Russos ish. I mean, their post Endgame career has not been great. They have yet to make a good movie post Endgame, but we shall see. Jordan. What to
Justin.
No, let's do a story you sent me, which isn't much of a story, but it's enough of a thing to be like, they announced that the new Mario movie is called Mario Galaxy, and everyone
Super
acted
Mario
surprised.
Galaxy.
And I went, guys, the last movie literally foreshadows it.
I mean, it has the Luma in it
That's
for
the
one
Luma,
thing.
and Peach is like, oh, there's plenty of galaxies out there, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, it was very obvious. I mean, am I disappointed that it wasn't going to be more of an adaptation of Super Mario World? I think that it would have been more fun. Yes, but I get it. Super Mario Galaxy is their most popular Mario game, and I think they're doing a fourth re-release of it.
Well, they're bringing it to the Switch, and I
Yeah.
think upgrading graphics or
And
something.
I
yeah.
like Rosalina, and I think it would be interesting if they do, because there was that theory that she was related to Rosalina.
Yeah, the game theory. Yeah.
Yeah, and the show or the previous movie kind of hints that she's from another place.
Yeah.
Like she's not from the same place that Mario is. So yeah, that would be fun to have her Rosalina. As much as I want the Koopa kids, and as much as I want Wario and Waluigi. Although apparently they announced baby Waluigi, which I've seen, and it's weird. It was weird.
For the movie?
No, for something else. There's a lineup of baby Wario and baby Waluigi.
I mean, the thing is
It's
that
really funny.
they could. I don't think they will, but they could. In this Mario Galaxy thing, the second one, if they're gonna go the route of we're gonna go theoretically out into the galaxy and find out where Peach is actually from, and oh, whoopsie poopsie, she's from a different place where there are people like her. and that's where we get Rosalina is from or
I
whatever.
suppose, yeah, Wario and Waluigi
You could
be
have.
from there. Yeah, I suppose that's
I
true.
don't think they'll do Waluigi ever because Nintendo infamously hates
Yeah,
Waluigi.
Waluigi doesn't own
Um,
Waluigi. I want,
but
but
I could,
again, they
I could,
have some
I
sort of
could
reference
see it
for him.
being a thing where basically the way that this. Okay, this is my
He's
initial.
Mario, but
This
shitty.
this is my initial theory for how the movie is going to go. Um, and I'm making this up on the fly. We're theory crafting live action.
Improv.
Improv. Mario and Peach are like, doing their Mario and Peach thing, and they're like, everything is good. We've locked Bowser away. Everything's happy. And then they get some sort of like distress beacon from the stars, and they have to build a spaceship so they can go into the galaxy. And that's where we meet Rosalina and Rosalina, Rosalind, Rosalind, is like, I need your help to reclaim my kingdom from this usurper, this tyrant who took over, and it's Wario.
That would be hilarious.
And then Mario and Luigi and them go to try and help, but they fail, and they have an all is lost moment, and that's when they have to turn to a villain who can help them get in the head of this villain and help them realize how to beat it. And who do they turn to but Bowser?
I mean, that it's definitely leading to a Mario and Bowser team up and have to work together thing. I did
Right?
see. It wasn't.
But that's my initial, having only seen a teaser trailer and not any story ideas.
That's
my theory.
There was a leak or something I saw somewhere that indicated that this next one might end with a setup for a Smash Brothers movie.
I wouldn't necessarily be shocked. I also wouldn't be
shocked. That's what Illumination apparently they pitched it. They pitched a full universe ending in a Smash Brothers movie.
I also wouldn't be wouldn't be terribly surprised if they use because there's undoubtedly gonna be a part where they're in the Mario shaped spaceship, head shaped spaceship, and there's gonna be a scene where they're looking out and seeing different planets as they go by on their way to wherever they're going to.
For sure.
And
it's just gonna be about whether or not it's like Bowser who's the bad guy or not.
Yeah. But in that scene, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of the other planets are references to other Nintendo. So if they pass by
Probably.
a reference to the Legend of Zelda planet or that's out there, but
it does seem that the
Samus.
The Mario Galaxy does seem like it's intentional, so they can be. But that's where I'm like, it is disappointing that they didn't do there's other
or
Mario
Star
games
Fox.
that would have been.
Maybe they'll pass by one of the Star Fox ships or something.
Maybe it would have been fun though to have do Mario 2 and have the bad guy be Wart. That'd be fun, but also technically Mario 2 isn't technically Mario, but that'd be fun.
That was never gonna happen. The most that I could have seen, and I could see if they're clever, which they're not, but if they're clever, it would be funny if they did this. Is if they have it in the beginning where Peach and Mario and Captain Toad and Luigi are watching a stage play, which is of the first movie, and have it be a reference to Mario 3.
That'd be funny. That would be funny.
And have it be where they're watching, watching a literal stage play on the stage, and just have it be a wink and yellow wink, because they did callbacks in the first one, to other things, right?
So to the sequels, I also saw somebody say that
some callbacks would be fun.
Think, as a sequel to the first one, I think a much better adaptation would have been do Mario Sunshine. Because then you can include Bowser and Kid Bowser in the narrative still, and that version of Bowser is the closest to the Jack Black version than any other version.
You're not wrong, but what's funny is what's funny is I saw and the reason why they can't do it for the second one is because unless they retroactively have it be he had a son all along and we just didn't see him, but you have to explain why he wasn't in the first one and where he was.
I mean,
or you have to have a significant enough time jump that you can have Bowser have escaped and have had a child mysteriously off
I
screen.
still want them to do it. The Koopa kids break him out of prison. That's still I
But
still want. But no,
I mean
here's
that's
my
what I
pitch
want.
though.
But I sorry, real quick. What I saw, which I thought was funny, and I think this would be funny, is someone did a TikTok where they made like a fake, like they did the dialogue over the characters thing, and the person who did a pretty decent impression of what's his name as Luigi, but was like Mario was like. Man, after saving the galaxy, I feel like I need a vacation. And Luigi is like, wow, bro, I have the perfect vacation idea. And then the stinger for the next movie, and then they do Super Mario
To be
Sunshine.
fair, Super Mario Sunshine is technically speaking, and I don't people probably don't know this, but it's technically speaking a sequel to Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah, no, because Egad's in it.
Yeah, Egad's in it, and also the entire plot of it is that the entire reason why Mario goes on vacation is because he's recovering from being kidnapped in Luigi's Mansion.
In Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah, that's
on that note, I wouldn't be entirely surprised, or it would be cool if. So this is if they're doing a universe, this is what I want. I want them to do Mario Galaxy, then I want Luigi's Mansion, and then use Luigi's Mansion in the same way that the games did to explain why they need to go on vacation. And the big difference in this that separates it from what the game is you can have Luigi is also there.
Yeah.
Because I never understood in the game why hey, kind of a dick move to go on vacation and leave your brother behind.
I don't like you very much. You got to be kidnapped.
You need a vacation from you.
No, here's my pitch. Backing off of yours, in the version where Wario is the bad guy in the second one, and you know what? As a main bad guy, it's not believable. Here's my pitch.
Yeah,
okay?
it's not too out there. It's not the craziest idea.
First part of the pitch is Danny DeVito is Wario. Danny DeVito is Wario. That's the first part of the pitch.
You got to do it fast then before it's too late.
Number one, Danny DeVito is Wario. Number two, it's I don't know if Rosalina and Peach are like related necessarily, but it's similar to the first one. We have like a cold open where Wario arrives at Rosalina's planet or whatever, her place, and he's there to like you think he's there to save the day, and then he goes, "Nah, I'm Wario," and then he takes over her planet.
Because I'm just saying, to me that makes the most sense.
And then she goes to get Mario. And Mario fights Wario over her planet. Bada boom, problem solved.
See, I would, if it was me, I would make it so that she was Peach's daughter, but I would have it be a thing where like time works differently or something. But then it also doesn't really work because Peach was found when she was like a baby or like a kid or whatever by the Toads. So like, it doesn't really work to have her be your daughter.
I would settle for cousin.
I would almost
inverse it. It's just weird that they're gonna do Rosaline and not do Daisy.
But I would almost inverse it. But to be fair, if you're doing a place where, if you're doing a
Mario character, and also they also teased Yoshi.
That's also true, which is why people thought why we thought they might be doing World, but you could also do a thing, where if they're doing a thing where Peach is from this other world, you could do it where you find out that Rosalind is her mom.
Yeah,
Rosalina. And Rosalina, whatever, is her mom, and you could then also at that point introduce Daisy as her sister.
Yeah, you could. How about where she just went to a time portal or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, and then that could explain. That's kind of what I was thinking, where it's like the time works differently or something, or like she's in a different part of that. I don't know. Time works differently somehow, and that's why they're still basically the same age. I don't know. You could explain it away.
Let's see here, Jordan. What to do next? Let's talk about that Star Wars movie. So we kind of briefly talked about it last week, but there's a new Star Wars movie starring Ryan Gosling and directed by people we know.
Oh man, I love People We Know. Unless I don't love People We Know, in which case, oh man, I hate People We Know.
Oh, it's directed by the guy who directed Deadpool and Wolverine, whose name is escaping me at the moment.
Oh yeah, right. We were okay with that, I think.
Yeah. They revealed the cast and what it's about. So this movie will star Ryan Gosling in the lead role, with a star-studded cast that includes Matt Smith, Mia Goth, Flynn Gray, Aaron Pierre, Simon Bird, Jamal Westman, Daniel Ings, and Amy Adams, which automatically tells me this movie's doomed to fail because Matt Smith kills every franchise he's in.
That's not true. He didn't kill Doctor Who.
No, that is true. He kills all the movie franchises he's in.
That's fair.
And it's apparently, Jordan, it's going to take place, and this will interest you. It's going to take place post episode 9, and it's going to be a standalone story, and Poe Dameron may be in it.
Boo! Don't put Poe Dameron in it.
But I like Poe Dameron.
Don't put any of the characters from the main franchise in it.
But I like
just
Poe
have
Dameron.
just have it be a standalone thing and be its own thing, and not have it be an adventure that takes place in the galaxy that's not galaxy altering.
Poe Dameron's alright. He could do a flyby where he's like, "Hey man, you're a starfighter. I'm also a starfighter, bro. Fist bump." And then they do a little fist bump, and then he goes, "We'll see you later, Homo Sabi," and then he walks out.
Okay, maybe. Like maybe
And then he could be like, "Hey, Ray
maybe
and Finn," and he could wave at them off screen.
maybe you could have one scene where you have Poe and him in a cantina together, and he's asking for advice, and that's
And
it.
he's like, "Hey man, you know that guy Finn? Yeah, hey Finn," and he could wave at him, and he'll get a
No.
stand-in off camera.
No,
So if you see him from the back of his head, you never have to see his face.
no, none of that.
You're a starfighter. I'm also a starfighter. He was a stormtrooper.
So what's the movie about? You said they unveiled information, right?
I think that was all the information they revealed.
Or was that it?
They said,
Oh,
well,
okay.
what I've heard is that it's going to be something to the effect of
Solo?
well, he's got Ryan Gosling has like a little brother, and it's like a brother story about him protecting him.
Okay, all right.
Sean Levy,
all right.
that's what the guy's name was.
And then at the end, you'll find out that he has force powers, and he'll get a lightsaber.
I mean, absolutely, it's cool.
Because that's how all those Star Wars
It'll
movies
set
work,
up that
right?
Rey Jedi Academy movie that's supposedly
Please, no, nobody wants that.
still coming. So
Everybody
Jordan,
wants to
announced-
just make her disappear.
And Jordan, I'm gonna need you to hold all related thoughts till later. Come on.
I make no
Come on.
promises.
You're gonna have to hold all
Chloe?
related. We got a special guest star to the podcast. Everyone meet Chloe. She may not hang out for very long, but she desperately wants to sit in my lap.
She's being needy.
She's being needy. You may hear her a little bit. She doesn't like this chair very much. She may not hang out for a while.
Chloe. So what were we talking about? Besides an adorable dog?
Oh yes, Barney. We're about to talk about that new Barney movie that's coming out.
Oh yeah, the one where you find out that he's a psychopathic killer and he's a big purple dinosaur that
we're
eats
not.
people.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that.
That Barney movie, right?
No, not that Barney movie. Sorry. Every time I look at the screen, I see Chloe.
Oh, she just got blurred. Oh, no, she's not blurred again.
She does not look comfortable. But she just so everyone knows, she wants this. She wants this. Just
that. Okay. Yeah. That sounds weird.
No,
Go
I mean, she wants to sit in your lap. That's her whole deal.
on.
Anyway.
She is very needy.
Yeah, they announced that new movie's mostly done, like 59% done, almost written. And hold all your Barney related thoughts till later in the show. But they sort of said what it's supposedly going to be about, and
I mean, I assume it's like all children. Oh no, wait, that's the one where it's an adult, right?
yeah, well, supposedly, yeah, it's going to be an adult one. So they notes that they want to recapture the magic of watching the PBS children's show Barney and Friends, and so the story is rumored to center around a group of people who magically enter Barney's world through an old episode of the series. And all right, okay, I mean, that's kind of because to me,
So it's an isekai
I guess, yeah, where they get teleported into Barney's world.
into Barney's world.
Which is, I mean, Barney's world was a child's backyard, but all right, okay. But I mean, if it's a thing of like they get teleported into a specific episode, that'd be kind of fun. I mean, I'm more for the like the Barney comes to the real world and an adult human has to deal with Barney.
Yeah, it's been done before.
To me that's the most interesting version of this. But hold any Barney related thoughts till later, because spoiler alert, you saw the thumbnail.
I did not see the thumbnail.
We're gonna talk about that purple dinosaur later, but that is still a vehicle to me, though. This idea of getting brought into Barney's world does still allow for like rediscovering your inner
I
child.
don't see him. I don't see him on the thumbnail.
He's definitely there. But yeah, to me, like that definitely, that definitely lends itself to doing rediscovering Barney. Because to me, the only reason to do a Barney movie that is to explore Barney hate and to talk about Barney hate in a way that's interesting, especially if you're gonna have an adult. Like, I just don't think that kids are as into Barney today as they were when we were kids, and so all the people who are the most familiar with Barney today
because
are people
there's
our
things
age.
Like there's things like Bluey, and there's an entire new generation
Right,
of
and
what they
what
watch.
children's
So
television is. Yeah, so I just don't think Barney is as. Oh, you want to go now? You want down? Go on. There you go.
as prevalent as it used to be.
Yeah, and she's gone. Yeah, exactly. I just don't. And so I think that the only reason to do a Barney movie is to do an adult has to interact with Barney movie.
So if I was gonna do it, what I would do
Make it for
personally is
people
that
our
I would,
age is my point.
what I would do is I would have it be where, and this would be theoretically complicated, but cool. Is I would look at like a specific episode or even one of the previous movies or something, and then cast a child actor who looks close enough like the child actor that was in the original episode and or movie, and then I would also bring back, if possible, the original child who was in that episode and then and or
Honestly,
movie,
you know what they should
and then
do?
and then have it be where, like, when it's in the real world, it's the original kid who's playing the character, and then have it be they get teleported in the movie is already planning, and then have the lookalike play them in that world.
Two versions of this that would be fun for me is version number one is I don't know if you know this, but Demi Lovato and
Oh yeah, Selena Gomez,
and
wasn't
Selena
she also
Gomez.
on it?
Demi Lovato and Selena Gomez were on the same
sorry,
season of Barney. So what
So
you
yeah,
do is
cast
you
them and then get
well, I was gonna
a
say,
young person.
You cast actual Demi Lovato and like you cast them as themselves, and they're the ones who get sucked into an episode of Barney. That would be funny. And then they have to re-experience their childhood. That would be funny.
And I would have it be where a child actor who looks like they did when they were young plays them.
But the other version of this is obviously you do
And then they don't even actually, the kids don't even have to actually talk, because what you do is you dub over them with Demi Lovato, like adult Demi Lovato and adult Selena Gomez as they do the talking, and they have to quote unquote rediscover their childhood by reenacting or redoing.
I want adults to have to deal with. That's the thing about this that I want. I don't want it to be like they become kids. I want it to be adults dealing with Barney, because I think that to me is the most interesting. Like the most interesting version of this deals with Barney hate. Like it deals with an adult having to reckon, because that was not to jump ahead, but that was the most interesting part about watching a Barney thing was like rediscovering Barney hate.
I agree, but that really only works for me personally if Barney's in the real world and they're dealing with him there.
Yeah.
If it's they're going into Barney world and it's like it doesn't work for me in the same way.
The other version of this for me is it's an adult who has a child. The thing is, though, I just don't think Barney is popular anymore, but I could be wrong. I don't have a child. I wouldn't know. But in this imaginary world where Barney is popular, it's either a mom or a dad who has a young child who loves Barney, and they have to be like, yuck, I hate it, I hate Barney, and they get sucked into it, and they have to rediscover, oh no, Barney is harmless and meaningless, or like, you know what I mean, like Barney is harmless and he's not doing anyone any damage. Why did we hate Barney? And then Barney's just a sweet gumdrop muffin of a character. But the other thing about this is this only works for me if you get the original Barney, the original Barney.
Is he still?
As far as I know, he's still alive. Yeah. Bob West. I don't necessarily mean the original suit actor, because we'll talk about him another time. I mean, he's weird, but
yeah, that and if we're being honest, it's the voice that really matters.
Right. You could get a decent suit. But it has to be the original suit. You can't do anything. You can't make any changes.
No
to it.
CGI.
No CGI. It has to be a puppet. It has to be the original suit. And which, if they're teleporting into an episode of the show, I surmise it will be. And you have to get Bob West. You have to get the original Barney. Have to. It's the only way this works for me. And I would probably watch it, because we're gonna talk about Barney later. We're gonna put a pin in that. This is probably gonna be the beginning part of the video that eventually becomes. But put a pin in that, and we're gonna cut back later to talking about Barney, because we're gonna talk about Barney later. Jordan. Finally, now we got two more. We'll do two more. We'll do this real quick one. Allegedly, Teen Titan Go's Greg Sipes claims that he was fired by Warner Brothers.
I heard that.
After they discovered it was because of his Parkinson's disease.
Then I heard he wasn't fired, or
it came out that he wasn't fired, that they just asked him to step down as Beast Boy, but he'll still do other voice roles. But like also, and this is sort of important to mention, that if you've ever seen an interview with Greg Sipes, ever, he's there's no nice way to say this, weird.
I mean, I read that he believed a lot of crazy stuff. So
Jordan, I'm gonna say 3 letters, and it'll describe you the kind of person he is. Kel. Think of a person we know. Kel. One more letter. You get one more. V.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. He's kind of like that.
Sorry, took my brain a little bit to put the pieces together.
He's kind of like that. Kind of.
Because I was like, initials Kel. Who is Kel?
Kind of an existent, that kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nuts.
Yeah, that kind of spaced out kind of guy. Yeah.
Absolutely batshit crazy. Psychopathic, one would even say.
Yeah. I mean, no, I can't say that about him. But in interviews and stuff,
I wasn't so much taught. Anyway, not the point.
He in interviews and stuff, he's a weird guy. So I could believe that there was some behind the scenes thing that.
I could believe he got forced out if there's any truth to any of that.
Yeah. Like he was an anti-vid guy.
But I could also just believe that it's like he's been around for a while and they want fresh blood.
Well, it seems to be that it was because, according to him, it's because of his Parkinson's diagnosis, and he's not going to be able to do the voice, and it was holding up production, is what they say.
Yeah, so I mean that's fair enough.
He's a tough one. He is one. I think he will be difficult to replace, because Beast Boy is Greg Sipes has such a specific sounding voice that he will be. Be a tough one to replace.
I mean, the thing is that how do I word this? He has been replaced. He wasn't Beast Boy on Young Justice. Like,
yeah, true.
There's other
but
people.
But his version, the Teen Titans Go version, it has such a specific sounding.
I guess what I'm trying to say is retire that.
I think they should end Teen Titans.
And it's like end that show. It's been around for a while. It's had a good life. End that show and just reboot the character.
Yeah, it's in my opinion tired. Yeah, I agree. And then Jordan, finally, The Rock might.
Oh, you can finally smell what The Rock is cooking?
Finally, The Rock might win an Academy Award, is what they're saying about his movie, The Smashing Machine, which I won't lie to you, Jordan, I kind of want to watch in theaters.
Yeah, I'm more excited for that one about Scratch Face or whatever that you sent me.
Oh, the scratch face. Yeah, I mean that looks like, I think that's a Netflix one. That
I don't.
they call. I
That
don't
one
think,
looks. That one looks like way more fun.
But no, I would like to watch that movie maybe in theaters. Um,
We'll see.
uh,
I'm
I-
not. I. It doesn't really look. People like
will.
the trailer and every like it was like he's gonna win award for that, and I just
It looks really good, and I really like.
does it?
Oh, it looks so good.
Why? Why?
Well, it looks like. I mean, it looks like a really standout MMA fighting movie. Like, and we need more MMA movies. Like,
I mean,
I think the fights are gonna be good. I think the performance looks good. I love Boss Rutan. Anything with Boss Rutan in it, I'm real stoked on it. There's nothing else that comes out between now and next year really that's coming to mind that I really want to watch.
I mean, okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm not against watching. It doesn't look like a bad movie. It's just
It looks pretty
to me.
pretty good.
Yes, we understand that you like it. Let me talk. It just looks to me like another one of those biopic, like semi-autobiographical movies, which my track record with them hasn't been great.
It's part of a very particular point in the UFC, for better or worse, has a very interesting and fascinating, and its fighters history, and he is a particularly interesting figure in that world. This is one of those times where I'm familiar with the guy, and also like a part of that movie. It takes place when he goes to Japan, and Japan pride fighting was brutal. And yeah, I just think I'm interested in this because they're saying this is that he could be nominated for an Oscar for this, and it's The Rock, and I'm definitely like, it looks like he's heading into his like, I want to be taken seriously as an actor part of his career. Like, he stopped taking the steroids, you know.
Maybe that's the big difference here of why I'm more just kind of indifferent towards it.
I'm interested.
Is yes, I get that. But part of probably why I am more indifferent to it, I had no idea who he was.
I mean, you might, in the sense that you've probably fought him in a UFC game.
Sure, but I mean like by name.
Oh no!
It
reminds me of the reason why
I had no idea who he was. So now remove yourself from the fact that you know who he was and you know the story, and go back and think about that trailer, and it kind of just looks like a standard movie about a guy who fights.
See, removed from that, it reminds me of Warrior, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. To me, I love a good fighter movie. Like, I love like Warrior, Rocky. I love fighting movies. I
need to see. I guess I need to see more of the fighting.
There's not enough, in my opinion, good movies work. There's not enough good MMA movies. Like, good.
Because I absolutely love watching, for the same reason I like watching UFC. Like, a good UFC fight is there's something primally enjoyable in my male testosterone-filled brain about watching people. Yeah, exactly. So like on that note, you won't have me go like, oh, I don't want to watch a movie where two guys beat the crap out of each other.
The fights look pretty good. Again, it really reminded me of Warrior. It's not that I'm super into I mean, I am super into the history, but more just I think there needs to be way more good MMA. Like, I want a Chuck Liddell movie, or like a movie about like Hoist Gracie and UFC 1. Like, I think that would be
Brock
interesting. Brock Lesnar,
like, and his rise and fall back into wrestling.
Right. Like, or even a Ronda Rousey movie. As much as I can't stand Ronda Rousey, I think has the potential to be interesting.
Which is funny because you used to love her.
Love is a strong word. I would say I would characterize myself as a fan. In retrospect, not so much. No, I stand by it, and I say this with love and respect to Jake and our sister brother podcast about wrestling. In that she got kicked in the head so bad she had to run to fake fighting, and they fucking hit her there too. Like,
and yet she could undoubtedly still kick your ass.
Absolutely, undoubtedly, probably kick my ass. But yeah, she got kicked in the head so hard she ran to fake fighting, and then came back and then got the shit kicked out of her again, and then went back to fake fighting, and the fake fighting hates her. Like, the people in the wrestling community fucking hate her.
Isn't she a heel?
Yeah, she's not even like she's a heel, but she doesn't respect any of the
Showmanship.
not just not the K, not just like kayfabe, the industry. She doesn't respect the industry or anyone involved in it. And like, there's been a bunch of videos about her like shit talking professional wrestling and
I
professional
mean,
wrestling
yeah,
fans.
because it's clearly those who can't teach Jim situation.
Yeah, kind of.
She could
That is
she could
with
no
all
longer.
the love to professional wrestling. I
Oh
don't
no,
like
I mean,
her. I think she's shitty, and I think she disrespects professional wrestling.
I mean, when it comes to professional wrestling is still difficult. It's still a
I
show,
will
whether or
never
not the fighting
disrespect
is
professional wrestling.
like whether or not the results are fixed or not fixed or what have you, whatever
I
you choose to
would go so
believe.
far as to say that Logan Paul, for as much as I dislike Logan Paul, respects professional wrestling more than Ronda Rousey does.
Take your word on that one.
That'd be interesting to see if Jake agrees with that. Yeah, I can't. Ever since pretty much since she lost and then quit like a baby, but it was really around the time I watched her on The Ultimate Fighter that I was like, yeah, I can't stand Ronda Rousey. I can't stand her. And then you peel back the onion and you find out she's a terrible person. But as a result though of this, I did have one more rock related story to wrap this up.
Is it one where you finally find out what The Rock's been cooking?
Well, so apparently, there's a bunch of pictures of him, and he had lost like a shit ton of weight, and he was like super thin, and everyone was like, "What the hell? What happened? Is he no longer gonna be, gigantic The Rock?" And it turns out that the reason why he had lost all that weight, because he's gonna pair with the people who made this new movie. He's gonna be playing a character called the Chicken Man, which is apparently about the story of a boy who stumbles upon a secret late-night broadcast of lizards playing otherworldly music. He then comes into contact with the eccentric and whimsical Chicken Man.
I mean, I just assumed that his body shrunk because he stopped taking steroids.
That's why he stopped taking steroids. Apparently, was for this movie, so he could play the Chicken Man.
Right, but people have been all up in arms like, why did his body shrink?
Yeah, but
I'm saying I just assumed his body shrank because he stopped taking steroids.
Yeah. And the reason apparently he stopped taking steroids
is this movie.
is to do this movie. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Anyway, allegedly. But there are lots of people who are like, oh, he's pulling a Dave Bautista and he's getting older and he wants to be taken seriously as an actor. And I think here's the thing, right? Then this will wrap up the news. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The Rock's not a bad actor, he's just a lazy one. He just wanted all the fame and the love and the praise without having to put any actual effort in. And he's hitting the point in the career where he has to actually put effort into it. Because he's done a lot of movies where he's a really good actor, and those get buried under the slop. Some of which we've talked on this show. Of both.
And undoubtedly we will continue to
talk about the slop. That is...
Nom 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 nom. We love the slop.
Nom 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 nom. All the slop. Nom 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 slop. That is the news. News. Today's show, Jordan, in our sponsorship section, is brought to you by, once again, BC Wildlife. Their not Kickstarter, GoFundMe. They really need the help. They need the help to move.
They're moving.
There's also various new laws that are coming, and they're really freaked out about their future. I had a video. I don't have the video anymore. But you can click the link in the description to go check out their GoFundMe. They're really cool people. They help out all kinds of smaller critters and animals that don't get the love that the puppies and the kittens, the lizards, people who adopt lizards and spiders and snakes and whatever that they shouldn't be. They take care of them, make sure that they're well taken care of. They also they have a serval that they're taking care of. They're doing all kinds of good work that is currently being impeded by this. So yeah, you could click the link in the description to go and help support them, and by doing that, you help us, because that's cool. That is cool. Also, I realized that you know what? We'll do it at the end of the show. We'll do the second part of this at the end of the show. No, we'll do it now, because otherwise I'll forget. So yeah, go support BC Wildlife. And before we jump into the second half, 250 Jordan. 250. And I just
2,
felt the need.
5, oh,
I meant to do
2,
this at the top of the
5,
show
oh,
to remind
2,
you all
5, oh,
what happens
2,
when we get
5,
to 300. Because when we get to 300, what's going to happen is we are going to purchase the hottest sauce that Save On More can provide. And Jordan's going to put a little bit, and I'm going to put a lot on probably a cracker.
We're gonna die.
I'm just going to douse a cracker in like the hottest sauce that our local grocery store can provide. So you will get that live on the air if we get to 300. We are at 250 currently.
I don't like spicy things.
Jordan, it can't be worse than the lemon extract.
Oh, it could. You don't know. It might be.
As a lover of hot sauce, and as a person who, you guys didn't see it, I had the lemon extract in a video for a friend. Let me tell you, hot sauce doesn't coat your mouth.
You know, and I've been thinking about it. If you still have that video, I feel like you could cut up just the part where you eat it and put it on the channel.
Probably, yeah.
Or
on our TikTok, maybe.
or on our Patreon as a video that people pay to watch.
True, yeah, no, yeah.
As a incentive to go and watch.
The moment we both decided neither of us were ever going to eat that lemon extract, because I'm going to be honest, it felt dangerous. Felt like I probably shouldn't be eating this or ingesting
not
this.
in that context anyway. Maybe one day we can use it to bake or cook or something in the way that it was intended to be used, with like a tiny little amount.
See, it's funny because Jordan, before we move on, Jordan keeps saying every time I bring up the hot sauce thing, he's like, or chicken nuggets, and I think he forgets the fact that we're live on air. So unless he wants cold nuggets, crackers are probably a better idea.
Depends. I mean,
unless I get up mid-show and cook chicken nuggets.
Well, no. So you pre-cook them, and then what you do is you leave them on the lowest temperature, and then at a point in the show, maybe during an ad break, maybe we set up a video ad break, and you can get up and quickly get them out of the heater.
I mean, I like you're doing the plainest crackers you can, so you get all of the flavor of the. I
don't want to do that with hot sauce.
The hot sauce.
I learned from my mistake. That was bad. I didn't enjoy that.
Or we could be like hot ones and eat cold eat cold chicken wings. We could just buy chicken wings and eat cold chicken wings.
Well, that's where I say if we're gonna do that, then I would do the just nuggets.
Then I gotta get up mid-show.
No bones.
No bones about it. I gotta get up mid-show and cook chicken nuggets. We'll figure it out. We'll work it out. I'm thinking about probably just the crackers.
Or we buy McDonald's and use their chicken nuggets because they're not bad cold.
I mean, that is true. We could do that. We could go pre-show and
go to McDonald's and then you just buy, and then it comes in a handy little container that you can keep beside you.
I mean, I suppose I could break tradition and we could film it and then I could splice in the video. I don't want to do that. I think it's funnier live, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, on with the show.
We have to get like 50 more subscribers. Before we're pushed over that point.
Before we're pushed
over. That'll take like the rest of the year, right? We have a couple months.
We do. So with that,
that's the goal, is to hit that before the end of the year.
That would be nice.
I've decided right now, right here, that's the goal.
It's time to talk about dinosaurs.
Everybody do the dinosaur.
Dinosaur.
Everybody do the dinosaur.
Jordan, what's your first dinosaur thing?
My first rapid fire is a movie that had Will Ferrell, which was based on a television series of the same name, but from what I understand is vastly different and very not really related to the show. It was called Land of the Lost. Came out in 2009. You remember we talked about how we enjoy Blop?
Yeah.
I enjoyed this slop.
I've seen this movie more than once, and I'm ashamed of it. I feel dirty for having watched it more than once. Yeah, our mutual friend, I remember, really liked it for some reason. It's apparently a terrible adaptation of the show.
That's where I say it's barely an adaptation. Like, I was reading about it, and like...
It's a closer adaptation than you think, but still not a good adaptation.
No, it's really not. Because like for example, the girl, the love interest in this is supposed to be like his son.
Well, it's like the girl. They're all young, like they're not supposed to be adults, but like they'll have the same names and stuff. Like all the names are the same.
No, yeah, but that's where I say, I mean, that doesn't make it a good adaptation.
No,
It
no,
just
I
means
said
that
it was,
they
it was
have,
surprisingly close for how terrible it is.
but
So,
it's not.
but in
Just
the
because
same
they have,
sense that
just
it's
because
got-
they, just because they have similar names doesn't mean that
and
it's close.
details. Some of the details are where you're like, oh yeah, this feels like at least maybe they watched half an episode of the show.
From what I read, no, it's not at all similar.
That's why that's why I said surprisingly similar.
Which
how
is
bad.
not, which is to me a misnomer for our audience because it makes it seem like they're at all similar, and they're not.
There are elements that it shares.
They share occasional names.
names
That does
and
not.
a premise.
Yeah, that doesn't make it similar.
Like as compared
that
to
would
like,
be like saying like, like a movie that has like Wall-E and Terminator are similar because they both have robots.
well, but I mean like because I compare this in terms of it's like I compare it to when Will Ferrell did Bewitched and it wasn't Bewitched. That's what this makes me think of, where it's like it kind of get or like the Dukes of Hazzard movie where like it gets or the Dukes of Hazzard movie or the Starsky and Hutch movie where it's like this gets some of the things right but not all of them, and you're like you're surprised by the things
you've listed. All of those ones that you've listed, I would say, do a far better job than
I didn't
this
say it did
does.
a good job. I said it did a surprisingly good job, which is to say, like you're like, oh, you're expecting nothing. I guess it's like, people. I'm framing it as though you're entering into it with it's a Will Ferrell movie. It's going to be crap no matter what. So like the level of crap is like
Harsh.
slightly above. For the most part, it's going to be crap pretty much no matter what. Until recently, he started to make some solid movies recently, but back then, that was like 2010. He was making slop. He was making bad
2000,
slop.
2009, yeah, it was peak slop
Yeah,
time.
it was peak slop. I remember watching that. I remember sitting in the back row of the movie theater because this movie did well. I remember sitting in the back row of a crowded theater watching this terrible movie and being like, "Why am I doing this?"
You said it did well. It did not do well financially speaking.
It at the time I worked at this when I worked at the movie theater. It was selling okay. Like I remember we sat in the back
Shocking.
corner of it.
Because according to
Oh no, it
to
bombed
this,
hard, but no,
it bombed.
The thing about Will Ferrell movies is they always do kind of initially okay, but I've seen that movie more than once, and it's awful. There's the one dinosaur in it. It's a T-Rex.
Justin, it's Grumpy. And the dinosaur's name is Grumpy,
And then there's this,
which is apparently like one of the only things they got right from the original show.
I just
Is it
remember-
had a dinosaur named Grumpy as well.
I just remember, yeah.
And yeah, no, he's grumpy because he had intestinal blockage, Justin. Will Ferrell helped clean that right out, coming out the butthole.
I mean,
there's an
isn't there a
entire
scene
joke
where they
about
all
it.
do drugs.
There's a scene where
They all get high on something.
the horny little Neanderthal, Will Ferrell and Danny McBride, who is not playing a character, he's just Danny McBride. Same with Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell doesn't act. Will Ferrell just plays Will Ferrell.
No, see that I disagree with. Will Ferrell actually he does act. He doesn't just play Will Ferrell.
In 2009, Will Ferrell does not act.
Oh no, Will Ferrell came in two flavors in 2009: annoying character and Will Ferrell.
Yeah, and in this he's just being Will Ferrell.
Like there's certain
With like-
ones where he's like,
with
oh, he's
like a
screaming
slight-
annoying. Will
With slight pepperings of screaming and annoying.
like you're either screaming,
But Danny-
kicking, or Ron Burgundy, or you're the dad from.
But we can agree, Danny McBride just plays Danny McBride in everything he's in.
Everything I've ever seen, I'm sure there's something where he's not. I've heard good things about Eastbound and Down, or there's one where he plays like a baseball player.
I challenge the audience to give me a movie where Danny McBride is not just being Danny
He's
McBride.
just obnoxious. He's just that one guy you've worked with who just thinks he knows everything and is an asshole.
Like he's the same in this as he is in the world or the what is it? The World Ends with Us or whatever that James Franco one.
Yeah, not the world end. No, that's a video game from Japan. The world ends with you. This is the end.
That's it. Yeah.
The World Ends With
Um,
You is that Tetsuya Nomura game that he wants to make into Kingdom
Oh
Hearts
yeah. The not Kingdom Hearts. Right.
4. Yeah,
Um,
Neku.
yeah, that one. Um, so I guess they'll play the game of how much dinosaur does this dinosaur movie have? Um, enough.
Enough?
And I will say, as opposed to some of the things on my list, which one I did tongue in cheek, so I'm very aware of what I did. But um, some of these I argue are not really dinosaurs. This was a dinosaur. It was a dinosaur,
He was a dinosaur.
and that's the Land of the Lost.
The Land of the Yeah, no, bad movie. Jordan,
Not a very good movie, that's
it's
for
time to
sure.
begin, Jordan. It's time to
Well,
begin.
okay, to be fair, that depends. If you're looking for slop, then it's a great movie. But it is what it is, and you know what it is.
Jordan, I need you to understand. I need you to understand
I'm very understanding.
that all of these movies are bad. All of them, every single one, except for one, and it's not the one you're expecting. Jordan, I'm going to begin with a movie called The Velocipaster. Now, Jordan,
Okay.
The Velocipaster is about a pastor whose parents get killed in a VFX explosion. And Jordan, it's literally like they're walking across the street, and it just like a couple lines of text appears that just says VFX explosion, and then they die. And so then he goes to China, and he gets zapped by a magic rock, which causes him to, at night, werewolf style, turn into a velociraptor. And then he eats bad. So he comes back to America, and he turns into this velociraptor, and he eats this bad guy, and he wakes up, and he's found by a prostitute, a sex worker, who convinces him that he should become a vigilante and kill all the bad guys.
Now,
And
was it a prostitute or was it a hooker? And is there a difference?
I don't know, but yes, she calls herself a hooker. I don't know if there's a difference.
Okay. All right. All right.
Um,
Things to file away
he-
to look up
He
later.
tells he tells his other priest friend, who the movie stops at a certain point, to do a like 4 to 5 minute scene of the other priest's backstory. And a lot of these movies didn't pass the phone test, so I looked down and I looked back up, and it was quite suddenly a completely different movie. And it turns out that there's a bunch of it's basically super cocaine that has hit the streets that the Velocipaster is trying to stop. And the movie is really violent and really gross, but it's also really cheap. It's like a Z grade movie. So all the special effects are like, it's like really fake blood and guts, and it's really really cheap looking.
Yeah, you sent me one scene where it was like he rips a guy head off, and then he's just the guy's a dummy, and he's got like
dummy.
rubber hands,
Yeah.
like rubber plastic
Rubber.
hands.
At a certain point, he turns into the T-Rex, and it's just a rubber T-Rex suit.
Whoa,
It's not even CGI.
T-Rex or
Velociraptor or whatever. He turns into the Velociraptor, and it's just a generic rubber dinosaur costume.
Justin, he's the Velocipaster.
Velocipaster. So then it turns out that the bad guys are a bunch of church people who are interjecting all of this super cocaine into the drug supply so that people will get super addicted, so that and then they're going to yank away the super cocaine, leaving people jonesing for the super cocaine, so that they will have no choice but to turn to God to fill their drug use. And so then all these people will go to the church, and Velocipaster is like, no, you can't do that. People can't go to the church because they're scared. They have to go to the church because they want to, and they want to love Christ, and they want to be good, not bad. And the rest of the movie, he doesn't turn into the Velociraptor once. He just has Velociraptor hands for pretty much the rest of the movie. And it happens every time he gets angry. And then he falls in love with the girl. Jordan, do you have any other questions about Velocipaster, as I assume you have many?
So I can't. My brain. You broke my brain.
And Jordan, not to spoil anything. This is the second movie in which someone turns into a dinosaur.
Which is weird. It's weird that it happened twice.
It's weird that it's happened twice, and both of these movies were bad, Jordan. This was very bad.
So,
but this one to be completely fair.
By the end of this one, so the pastor is now a dinosaur.
He can turn into a dinosaur whenever he wants. Yeah.
And when he's a dinosaur, he controls it, or is it like the Hulk and he loses control?
It seems to indicate that he loses control, but like by the end of it,
so
it's hard to tell. The dialogue was really bad and hard to follow at times.
I mean, I will say, as a concept, that's not that outlandish.
It's honestly,
he's basically,
when I say it's bad.
He's basically, it's just campy, is what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, well, no, yeah, you can have campy and still bad, but this is campy like The Room, where it's like, yeah, the dialogue's bad, but there are some legit funny jokes, like when he kills the bad guy, he rips his head off. And it shows a quote from Gandhi about how the best way to move through life is through nonviolence. And like it's really funny. It's like there were like legit jokes, like the fact that his parents die in an VFX explosion and you don't actually see the explosion is genuinely funny. It is a very weird but genuinely funny movie.
Because, yeah, the concept of a person turning into a dinosaur and not being able to control it is not that outlandish. It's basically, you're saying he's a were
dinosaur.
Were-raptor.
Yeah, kind of initially. It seems that, yeah, by the end of it, he can control it. Like, he trains himself to control it. But again, it was kind of hard to follow, and it was a rapid fire. So I was like, this can fail the phone test. But it's really goofy and really silly, and it's genuinely fun. Like, yeah, if you like really corny, violent, like goofy, silly movies.
Like a Sharknado.
Or it really reminded me of The Room. But
which
like,
one day I will find an excuse to watch that on this show.
Maybe next Shark Week we'll do a.
We'll try and do some shark movies.
We'll do some shark movies if there's enough. We'll see if there's enough. We'll see. But yeah, that's Velocipastor.
Well,
there's a really funny bit when the bad guy goes, "You'll never stop me, Velocipastor." It is really funny.
Yeah, no, that's going to depend on whether or not the shark has to be the main focus. Because technically, Finding Nemo is a shark movie. It has sharks.
Well, I mean, it'll probably be similar to this, where it'll be like as long as it has a shark in it. Because
I'm just saying.
I mean, you already said it, but what is and is not a dinosaur? It kind of became fast and loose as the week went on.
Right.
He only really turns into the dinosaur once in Velocipastor. The rest, he's just a guy with raptor claws. So. Next.
Is that it? All right. So my next rapid fire is We're Back, a Dinosaur Story, which, as an aside, technically technically, according to Wikipedia, it only has 3 dinosaurs in that movie and 1 pterosaur.
I mean, they're dinosaurs.
Pterosaur is not technically a dinosaur; it's a lizard, apparently.
They're all technically lizards.
I don't know. I'm just saying. This says it tells the story of 3 dinosaurs and 1 pterosaur.
That feels like some weird nerd is being pedantic and edited the Wikipedia. They're all dinosaurs. It's all the same bullshit.
Except for that one. It was apparently a pterosaur.
I don't remember. I had a bunch of we for those who don't know, this is one of those times where I actually we have a video about this movie. The last time I talked about it.
Insert now.
Insert now. In the event that this becomes a video, I don't know if it will, but insert it now if it does.
I love this movie.
I love this movie. I had a bunch of jokes about it that I don't remember any of them now, but
it has a real soft spot in my heart. That being said, I always knew, well, once I became aware of who he was, I knew that the T-Rex is John Goodman. But there are some names here that I never realized, and I have to actually look up
the one that I never got
one
was
of them
that,
plays. But I never knew that what's his name, that the guy who gives them the brain seed, Captain New Eyes. I never realized that he was Walter Cronkite.
He's Walter,
which is why at the end he's like, and that's the way it was.
That's why he has a mustache. Yeah, that's why he has a mustache. Yeah, that's the way it was. Yeah, I learned that the last time I watched it. I think it's Walter Cronkite. That's why he says that. And that Martin Short is he's the clown.
But the one The one that I didn't, I only just found out now, and I never knew, and I would never know, uh, two things, but I would never know if I hadn't read this now. You know the alien that works
Yes.
for Captain New Eyes? He's Jay Leno.
Huh. I feel like I knew that, but also like at the same time, when you say that, that does make sense.
And here's the really big one. And yes, it is that one. It is the exact one that you're thinking of. You know the worker that works at the Museum of Natural History who puts up the
Yes.
poster.
Yes, Julia
Uh,
Child.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for the audience, yes, it is that Julia
Yeah,
Child.
the audience who probably our Gen Z audience who doesn't know who Julia Child was a very famous chef cook from Britain.
Who is in this random dinosaur movie
You
for
only
some
know who
reason.
Julia Child is because of the epic
Because of
Battles
epic
History.
rap
Yeah.
battles of history, yeah.
I know who Julia Child is because there's an Amy Adams movie called Julia and Julia that I've seen parts of because I did theater checks back in the day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But no, yeah. So this movie apparently last minute
She's
went
like
through
very
some-
famous for like making I think it's like French cuisine
yeah, French
approachable
cuisine.
to English speaking people.
But this movie got changed at apparently very last minute. And there's like an entire scene at the circus with Professor Screw Eye,
Yeah, they cut out a lot of shit with Professor Screw Eyes because he was
which
deemed too scary.
it failed at test audiences.
Yeah.
But and apparently at that time when they cut those scenes,
To the point that there's
from-
actual like
you know the song that they
Yeah.
have?
yeah.
That's when they added it.
Roll back
cut-
the rock, you mean?
Yeah. to
Oh,
cover for
really?
the-
Oh, that I
to
didn't know.
cut to cover for the loss of those scenes.
Oh, interesting.
To,
Interesting.
to pad out the runtime.
Because I know that
again
a
and
lot
make
of it was
longer.
animated, and I know that he got recast because initially I can't. There's somebody famous who plays Screw Eyes who you can find. The
Yeah,
footage
apparently you
of
can
him.
find. I was gonna say apparently you can find the footage and the animation is on YouTube.
Yeah, of the famous guy.
And
I-
it's supposed to explain why he has the fear of crows, and then why at the end he gets eaten by the crows.
I
And
put it into the last video, but yeah. There's he has a whole monologue about why he has a fear of crows, which they cut. And to be fair, that scene is fucking scary.
apparently, this movie was marketed as the more family-friendly equivalent of Spielberg's Jurassic
Yeah,
Park,
yeah,
which
yeah.
was released in June of the same year.
It was promoted as the family-friendly alternative to Jurassic Park. And the thing I
movie
discovered when you were watching
bombed,
it,
though.
it did bomb, which is why Steven Spielberg's animations, a lot of his animations bombed. This is definitely one of them. But
Apparently, though,
somebody once said that animation is all in the eyes. And one of my favorite moments in this movie is when he turns from the scary T-Rex to the John Goodman T-Rex, and you see the eyes pop out, and they become cartoonish and more friendly.
yeah,
That's one
I
of my
love
favorite.
that. It's a great moment.
It's a really
what
great
I'm
touch.
just learning. So did you know that this movie is based on a book?
I did know that, yes.
Did you know that the first company to contact the writer of the book was Hanna-Barbera?
I did not know that, but that does make sense. I think doesn't he? He might. No, maybe not. Maybe he might produce this. One of them.
No, I'm not sure.
No, maybe I'm wrong. But yes, no, I knew that because I as I said before, did this movie for the show once.
It doesn't mean you necessarily knew that.
I also read the Wikipedia article. I read the Wikipedia articles when I watch the movie.
Yeah, apparently they began storyboarding We're Back during the production of An American Tail, Five Goes West.
Oh, interesting. Just Jordan.
Which is probably why the style feels somewhat similar to that.
It does. It does.
But no, yeah, final summation.
Roll back the rock. That was the first time, I think, that song is the first time John Goodman sang in a movie before.
I'm pretty sure from what I remember, and I remember mentioning
he had
this
to-
the last time that you talked about this, I'm pretty sure that this was John Goodman's first voice acting role.
I think you're right. There's something about them. They did it in like one or two takes, and he had to go back and re-record it, and that's why it sounds all weird.
I don't know. All I know is I like that song.
I do like that song. Jordan, Is that it for We're Back?
That is it for We're Back.
Strap in because we're going to be talking about
back.
Barney for a minute.
A dinosaur story.
So, if you've watched this show before, if you've been tuning in, you know I love to go back and rewatch shit from my childhood.
To roll back the clock, as it were.
And I like to watch stuff and be like, yeah, you know, I'm not the target audience, but can you enjoy this as a child, as an adult? And I've gone back and I've re-examined all of the Sesame Street movies. And when it came time to talk about dinosaurs, it only made sense that, and I kept dancing around it, and you said it, gotta talk about the Barney movie. And the thing about that Barney movie is by the time that Barney movie came out, I was too old for it. So we're going to approach this on two levels. This is kind of going to be a part one for next week, because I'm really hoping that Jordan picks part of what I want to talk about today for next week. Cryptic. But because I also watched, there's a really solid Barney documentary on Peacock called I Love You, You Hate Me. That is about Barney hate. So I kind of want to take sort of this angle on this. I will talk about the movie, but I do kind of want to briefly touch on Barney hate, because before I get into the movie, Barney is a hard subject for me to talk about, because full disclosure, I don't feel ashamed to say this, when I was 4 years old, I fucking love Barney. I love Barney.
Yeah, most kids
I don't know of a millennial or a person our age who didn't love Barney. But Barney hate was a rite of passage. There's multiple children's episodes of television about developing Barney hatred. Recess has an episode of the show about developing Barney hatred.
The best example I can think of, yeah.
So, I mean, we all did it. We all did the I love you, you hate me, I will kill your family. Like all the jokes like that. All of the variations of making fun of Barney. My uncle, he had a game called Barney Carnage that was shooting Barney before he was, taking over the world. In the documentary, they talk about the jihad to kill Barney. Like, people fucking hated Barney.
Barney Carnage.
And in when I was watching that documentary, the Barney movie, my first question was Barney hatred overblown? Did he deserve it? Like, because at the end of the day, much like and why did Barney get it and not Mr. Rogers? Because at the end of the day, all Barney did was like, hey, maybe, like, because people would criticize Barney, be like, Barney's sugary fluff doesn't teach you anything. But Barney teaches you to be nice and treat others respectfully and be kind and use your imagination and engage with the world. Like, he didn't really do anything, and he wasn't really all that much worse than, again, Mr. Rogers. So why were people, like, setting Barney on fire? And Barney...
Or even forgetting Mr. Rogers, I mean, you had Sesame Street.
Yeah, why did Sesame... Like, in this documentary, they show there's a point where...
When you think of the functionality of how the Barney suit actually works, Barney is basically just Big Bird.
Just Big Bird. And that's what's funny is in this documentary, which I feel like we're probably going to get more into the meat of that next week. But there's a bit where you see at this convention to hurt Barney, where you just show up and you beat up Barney things.
So bad.
It ended with Barney versus Big Bird, like wrestling, and Big Bird wins. So Big Bird's allowed to exist, but Barney isn't, and they're kind of functionally for children the same character. So why did Barney take such shit, but Big Bird didn't? Is it because by the time Barney came out, Big Bird is kind of an institution? Is that why?
Two things. One, that sounds amazing. Awful, but amazing.
It's a really good documentary. It's really interesting. It really.
No, I mean the convention.
Oh, the convention. No, me
like,
now cringes at it, but like when I was like 18,
so
17,
hard,
I would have fucking loved it.
But like I would go to it not so much with hate. It would be an ironic thing for me where I'd go and I would be killing myself laughing because of how ridiculous it is.
But so you had
to answer your question. I think part, how do I word this?
Place
I
and
think
time?
I think part of I think part of it has to do with place and time, but I think part of why Sesame Street, Big Bird, Sesame Street, all of it works is one for one thing, um, Big Bird is a kid in it, and it's a lot harder to hate a kid.
Yeah.
Like functionally, it's a
Okay,
lot
but
hater.
Bert and Ernie don't
But
get shit
also,
though. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say also, I think part of why Sesame Street works better than uh uh Barney, and this is a stupid reason. I think it has to do with his color.
It's
Quite
gotta be the
honestly,
purple dinosaur bit.
I think it's the purple dinosaur bit. Like I think if he had been like a blue dinosaur, blue is a boy's color.
Yeah.
Blue is
What's interesting is
a
he started off as blue. He started
or
off as
like
blue. That's what's interesting.
or red or green or like green. I think probably he would have just been received as a
Yeah,
dinosaur.
yeah, yeah. I
I
mean,
honestly, as stupid and pedantic of a reason as it is, I do truly believe a large part of it, and this feeds into the fact that, and I
I think it was
know
a gay
it's
homophobic thing.
well that's where
Yeah.
I was
I,
gonna say I know it makes me sound like woke or whatever, but like people are a lot more receptive to things nowadays. Back in the 90s,
yeah. It
if
was
there was
time and place.
any hint of something being quote unquote gay, then it was hated.
Like I
And
think that Mr. Rogers had Mr. Rogers tried to
purple,
exist in the '90s and
I think
hadn't been around since this.
purple, sorry, real quick. I think purple is a little too close to pink for the 90s
I think
sensibilities.
so. Yeah. Well, yeah. In
And
a
that,
world where like Jackass and Beavis and Butthead and all of those guys, all that rough, and I mean that's what they say in that documentary is like all that shit. But yeah, there's the woman who created Barney and Barney's history is very interesting. We don't have time to get into it. We will put a pin in that because I need to talk about the movie. That is all background to Barney's Great Adventure. Now, my thing with movies based on a popular television show is always like, how do we raise the stakes and do a blank the movie? And
yeah.
when we talked about Sesame Street, we said this movie does not feel like it's made for its target audience. It feels like it's a movie made for 10-year-old or 8-year-olds or like or adults. Like it
I
doesn't.
maintain that movie is still like is a Muppets movie. It's not a Sesame Street movie.
This movie does a pretty decent. Okay, up front, I didn't hate it. Honestly, like I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say I am not the target audience. I'm not the target audience, obviously, but what's weird
Yeah.
about it is it's not much like the Sesame Street movie, not made so much for its target audience. It's not made for 3-year-olds. It's not just like an extended episode of the show. It's a movie. It's the movie version of Barney. And it's got some interesting ideas. So it's
And
about
stakes.
not stakes. It doesn't have stakes, but that's kind of the point. But it is the movie that I want. The one where it's Barney comes to the real world and an adult has to reconcile with Barney being in his adult world. That's kind of what this movie is about, where it's a little boy who you would recognize. I can't think of anything he's in that off the top of my head, but he's in stuff that you know. But it's him, his sister, and the sister's friend go to stay with their grandparents for like a week in the summer. And they're in this movie, Barney is a fictional character, like the show. The Barney is a character, and they've got a Barney doll, and they want to play with him and pretend and do all this stuff that like they're 5 or they're. My one criticism is they're too old to be liking Barney, but they're like 7 or 8, and he's like 12.
Oh yeah.
Is how I
No,
would
too
say it.
old.
They're too old, but they're if they were 3, they'd be too young for this movie to work.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so they go and they're like, "Oh, you got to believe in Barney, whatever." And he takes Barney, and he's like, "I'm too old to believe in Barney or whatever." And he takes the Barney doll, and
So see how you get around that is you add one more character who is like 3 or 4 years old, and it's that kid's belief that's bringing it bringing it all to life, and the older ones are like, well, we're too old to believe in this, and that's the point.
And so he goes to hide Barney in like a bathtub, and he's like, "Well, where?" They're like, "We can't find him." He's like, "Well, if you just believe enough," and he turns into Barney, and he hops out of the kid turns around, and Barney's just standing there. He's like, "Can you pass me a towel?" It's like, what the fuck? Where did he come from? And the rest of the movie is the kid is Barney. Barney follows them around, and it's a Barney movie. They're doing musical numbers, and they're having a good time, and they're playing with Barney. Like, there's a point where like the kids go off with Barney, and the kid's like, "Wait a minute." And it cuts to them, and they're in this barn, and Barney's just dancing for them and giving them their own little private show. And you're like, this is weird, right? This is weird. And then the little boy runs in. He's like, "Yeah, you gotta go. Like, you can't just show up and be Barney. This is weird." And so then he's like, "Yeah, you gotta meet the grandparents." Barney's like, "I'd love to meet the grandparents." And they're having dinner with the grandparents. Like, "Yeah, we hung out with Barney and we had a great time all day." And the grandparents are talking to them as if Barney's like an imaginary friend. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm sure you did hang out with Barney all day, and it was a good time that you hung out with Barney." He's like, "No," he's like, "Barney's out in the barn." "Yeah, I know, I'm sure Barney is out in the barn." "No, I mean Barney, he's literally out in the barn."
He's in the barn. Come see him.
Come see him. And they're like, "No, I'm sure."
No.
He's like, "Yeah, don't leave Barney in the barn all night." He's like, "Oh my god."
Now see, if you use another mascot character, this becomes a very different movie. Yeah, Ronald McDonald the clown. He's out in the barn.
The barn.
We've been hanging out with this clown man all day.
And so then the movie kind
Very
of does a thing,
very different movie.
where again it's so then Barney comes back, and it's rocking him on this like swing, and the girls go into the house, and there's this really kind of honestly sweet and nice quiet moment where the girls go back in the house, and the kid's like standing on the porch, and Barney's like, "Are you gonna come inside?" And he's like, "Well, no." And he's like I don't believe in that kind of stuff. And he's like, "What do you believe in? What's your wish?" And it's this really kind of, I don't want to say somber, but really kind of introspective moment for Barney, where Barney is like talking about this kid's feelings of, what I really want is like a big magical super adventure. And the wishing star happens, and then there's an egg, and then there's a big adventure involving the egg. But yeah, you're like, "Oh, this is Barney. This is actually kind of mature for Barney." And the movie's kind of about the older kid who's become cynical, discovering imagination. And you're like, "Oh, okay, that's actually kind of interesting." And yeah, there's all these scenes where it's like it's unclear as to whether or not Barney is real or not. Where there's another scene where they go to like, "Okay, we're gonna introduce you to Barney," and Barney's like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to meet your grandparents. All right, let's go." And they go, and they get to the grandparents, and they turn around, "Okay, Barney, meet Grandma and Grandpa," and Barney's just gone. And they're like, what?
He was never there to begin with.
It cuts to Barney, and he's quietly taking care of because the brother and sister have got a little baby brother, and he's taking care of the baby who is being fussy. And the older brother is like, "What the fuck, basically? Where were you? Like, you were supposed to show up." And he's like, "Oh, the baby needed attention, so I helped her out instead." And the grandparents reveal that their neighbor is like a bird person who can study eggs, and there's a big reveal of how they have to get the egg back to the barn where it landed so it can hatch, otherwise it won't hatch properly, and that's the adventure. And there's a whole bunch of shenanigans. And the neighbor sees Barney and doesn't react as though it's weird. And you're like, okay, so Barney is real. And then nobody reacts to it. And then all the characters walk off. And this is going to challenge your memory of Barney. You remember the little baby dinosaur?
I remember there's a green one and there's a yellow one.
Green one, yeah. The green one just walks on camera and talks to the audience, and clearly trying to replicate the thing from Sesame
the
Street,
show.
and talks to the audience like, "Have you seen my blankie?" And she's like, "I don't know where it is." And then she just wanders off. And there's a bit later where they go into town, and the eggs going all over the place. And the eggs, they wind up in town while there's this parade. because the whole thing is there's this celebration of some sort in town, and the egg is about to get crushed by this parade, and all of a sudden the yellow one, BJ, is there, and he's just there in the background randomly. This dinosaur is there randomly, and nobody addresses it, and then the baby randomly walks on, and the mayor has like a microphone, and she takes the microphone out of his hand and is like, "Have you seen my blankie?" And all of them are like, "No, we haven't seen your blankie." And she goes, "Okay," and then she wanders off. And you're like, "What?"
Oh, so they are real.
No, so they are real. And so then eventually the grandparents do meet Barney, and they freak out. They're like, "What the fuck? It's Barney. Barney's real. Like, what the?" And so you're like, "Wait, so is he real?" And then there's the whole thing with whatever the thing in the egg was, and the movie ends with BJ turning to the green one, who's his little sister. Is like, "Okay, it's time to go." And she's like, "Okay, good night, everybody." And she waves everybody goodbye, and they just disappear in a flash of dust.
In a magical cloud of dust.
Yeah, and then they just disappear. And I'm like, so are they magic? What is the deal? So there are concepts in this movie that I liked, where it was like, yeah, the idea of like a older kid having to rediscover Barney and appreciating that Barney isn't just for little kids, and there's valuable lessons to learn from this. I'm like, oh, this is kind of interesting. And this is the moment where I was like, okay, now I get it. I get it a little bit. I get why parents hated this contemporarily. I understand. And it was, there's an all is lost moment where they've all given up and sad. And Barney gets up and sings a song that doesn't teach them how to emotionally regulate in a moment of being upset or sad. Doesn't teach them how to like deal with their negative emotions. Just tells them to go, just get over it. It's like, just get over it. Just get over your emotions. Bury them deep down and just get over it. Stop being sad. And you're like, yeah, I get it. Like, it's literally, I'm like kind of exaggerating, but literally one of the lyrics is basically like, just get over it. I know you're upset right now, but just get over it. And you're like, yeah, that's not really helping kids or teaching them how to be emotionally stable. And it's just like singing empty, meaningless, hollow songs. Like, I kind of
jibber jabber.
Yeah, I get it. There's no substance to this. It's not like Sesame Street where it's teaching them math. I kind of get it. But yeah. Ultimately, that's my final question on this Barney video. Was Barney overhated?
Yes.
I think so. I think we were overly mean to Barney. I think maybe we owe Barney an apology.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, he's a purple dinosaur of my imagination. That means he's eating people. I mean, he's happy.
Barney is a dinosaur of my imagination. He's happy because he's eating people.
Yeah. And he just looks like a big normal dinosaur. Except he's purple.
That's funny. I said all of these movies were bad. I don't think this movie was bad. When I said that, I forgot that this movie actually wasn't that bad. It was bad for me because I'm not its target demographic. But I surmise if you were the target demographic, you probably wouldn't have hated this.
And that segues nicely into my next movie. I watched The Land Before Time 2, The Great Valley Adventure.
Land Before Time.
Because I have already done the first one on here, so I was like, you know what? Dinosaurs, I guess we'll do the second one.
Find an excuse to watch every single one.
There's like 9 of them or something.
My favorite moment.
And you tell me there's a TV show?
There's a TV show, yeah. There's a TV show.
Which I don't remember
The last one I remember watching and owning was the 7th one.
The one where it's got the dude who's like the mysterious loner. And he's like a long neck.
Yeah. The one that the movie implies might
is
be
his
dad. And then it's funny because in later movies they do eventually bring back the dad. Straight up.
They?
Yeah. And he's like a jerk or something, I think.
But so okay. This movie was, I mean, for one thing, it was a straight to direct to video.
It does not involve Don Bluth.
So, it was, the quality of it is suspect on that basis alone. However, this is definitely an example of, and I know I can say this because I was the target demographic when this came out.
I love this movie.
When I was a kid, these movies did it for me. They had everything.
Absolutely did.
They had everything I wanted. They had dinosaurs that talked. It was cute.
This
It was
contains
just it
this
was,
one contains my favorite song
it
out of
was
all of them.
the egg one,
The egg one.
which we can put here.
I love the egg one. It's just the one dinosaur. Just it's my favorite bit because the rhythm is so easy. You can make it work with anything. You can be like, I love walking down the street and I eat some eggs.
I gotta stop you from the green so that I can go and get seen, so I can have myself some eggs.
Eggs. It's just the way he says it. It's funny every single time.
It's the voice too, especially because I'm pretty sure the hold on, I want to check,
It's
but
so dumb. It should be as funny as it is. But
I'm
it is.
pretty sure. Huh, interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, no, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Strut is the. Yeah, that's okay. So as I was listening to it, so the two egg loving ones, the one as I heard it, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Rob. Like I recognize Rob Paulson when I hear him.
Yep.
And yeah, no, the dumb one, the pinky,
Yep.
is Rob Paulson.
I recognize the leader. I just don't remember why.
He's Jeff Bennett.
Oh yeah, he's Jeff. That is absolutely Jeff Bennett. Yeah, no, that you say that. Jeff Bennett.
He's Johnny Bravo.
He's Johnny Bravo, but the voice he does in that movie is probably closer to Dexter's dad from Dexter's Lab.
Yeah.
But yes, he's Johnny Bravo.
And then I also never realized that Petrie's mother, Ducky's mother, is Tress MacNeille.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. All the big voice acting names. Yeah, when you're big, you can push all the other kids.
Yeah, that's
around.
not this one.
That's not this one.
No.
I thought that was this one.
That's the I'm pretty sure that's the Through the Mist. It's where there's the slightly older.
Wait. So
young...
the eggs guys are in this one, but they're. Oh, see, I'm mixing all these up because I thought the egg guys were in Through the Mist. So they're in this one.
No,
they're not in Through the Mist.
They're in this one.
Oh, interesting.
They might come back in another one. I don't know because I know
Pretty sure
the
I'm
little
conflating.
the little dinosaur, the little T-Rex. I know he comes back.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. That was. I remember the poster for. I remember like the cover, the poster for this movie of them all looking at the little T-Rex. Yeah, he comes back and he talks.
Yeah, and it's weird.
And it's weird.
So watching it as an adult, there was definitely a few moments of like cringe for me, of like they're just dumb kids.
You know what's really funny?
I have to put myself in the mindset of
Yeah. I know.
they're
Like,
supposed
I'm not
to be
a
like
5-year-old
6.
kid. This made sense to me when I was 6, but it doesn't anymore. It's funny the idea that carnivores are just brainless, snarling monsters. That happened a few times in this, and I was like, oh, it got old. Like it got old. Where I was like,
Yeah.
they're not really all that interesting.
Yeah, well, there's that, but then there's just also it made me question, like, why can they speak English but the other ones can't, and that's where I looked up, and I found out that later on I can't remember the little one's name, Spike or what? Not Spike, Chomper, Chomper.
Yeah, Chomper.
Well, when I was like, oh, he can speak their language and he can speak Sharp-Tooth language,
Yeah.
And then that's when I found out that I was like, oh, so the groans and the growls.
Pretty convinced that's a later retcon, but
yeah, I think so. But no, these movies, the Land Before Time movies, were stupidly popular. They made like 9 of them, so they must have been popular.
yeah,
I remember.
yeah, stupid popular.
I remember. I remember.
Pretty sure they like kept the straight to DVD market afloat for years.
Yeah, probably. Although funny enough, in apparently 2011, Total Film ranked it as 7th among 50 worst kids movies.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to if someone had the full rip of, because that's where like I'm pretty sure those straight to DVD movies are where the Timmy the Tooth ads came on. One day I'm gonna look up Timmy the Tooth and I'm gonna find a reason to talk about it on this show. Maybe I'll put it in here. I don't know.
I remember Timmy the Tooth.
Does anyone remember Timmy the Tooth?
What you got to do is you got to make an episode theme where it's things that I have childhood nostalgia for.
I mean, that's basically 2/3 of the show already.
I'm just
Jordan,
saying.
is that it for second Land Before Time?
That is it for second Land Before Time, The Great Valley Adventure.
Jordan, I need you to understand they're not getting better from here. So, Jordan, let me ask you this question. What if dinosaurs, but little?
Go on.
Jordan, I need you to understand. What if dinosaurs, but little,
Like Stuart Little?
but small? Jordan, then you would have the movie Prehysteria, a franchise that they made 3 of these or 4 of these. They made a lot of these movies. And Jordan, the entire bit is what if dinosaurs, but were small? Now here's the plot of it. This one and Tammy and the T-Rex, they both had this. Tammy and the T-Rex way less, but this had a real it felt like it was at one point, although I don't know, it's kind of old, so maybe not, but it had real Disney Channel original movie vibes. It really only takes place in one location, which is it really only takes place in the house. Okay, here's the plot of this. So there's a man and he's got 2 kids. I'm struggling to remember if they were both girls or if one was a boy and one was one's a boy and one's a girl, because the boy was the boy from The Last Action Hero. He or she, the daughter, is really into digging up fossils, so they go to this museum a lot. And the woman who works at the museum works for this shady museum director who has stolen 3 eggs from this like group of natives from this like it's supposed to be like this I'm guessing South American Mexican country, because he was Hispanic, and he winds up with these 3 very valuable dinosaur eggs, we don't know what's in them initially, and they're in a cooler, and whoopsie poopsie, due to a mix-up, he happens to have the exact same cooler as the family, so the family accidentally takes the cooler with the
dinosaurs.
The dinosaurs in it, and this is a plot point in this movie. They refuse to have their dog spayed, and the dog has a really active maternal drive, which happens to dogs sometimes, where she just really wants puppies all of the time. And so multiple times throughout the movie, the kid asks if the dog is in heat, and then at one point he asks the love interest if she's in heat. It's very strange. So because the dog's in heat, the dog takes the dinosaur eggs and sits
Are you
on
in
them.
heat?
And sits on them. And the dinosaur eggs hatch, and they're little dinosaurs. And they're very valuable. And I won't lie, like there's like a T-Rex. Oh, and they're all named after like pops or like pop stars and rock stars. So I don't remember all of the names, but the T-Rex is named Elvis, and you discover that the pterosaur,
Cause he's the king.
he's the king, yeah. And you discover that the pterosaur is a girl, so they name her Madonna, and she's really attached to the girl, who's a teenager. She's a teenage girl.
So
She's
which one's Posh Spice?
This is before Posh Spice. There's 5 of them. I think it's 5 of them in total. I don't remember all of the names. And the only reason why I thought of this movie was because it was on. I think we've talked about it before, but there's on old VHS tapes. There's a Paramount collection ad, which
Insert here.
have we never, maybe we haven't talked about it on the show. No, maybe I don't think we've talked about it on the show. But yeah, I'll put it in here. And yeah, it showed a bunch of movies in this collection, and this was one of the movies. And it's really funny because it was edited where you see the dinosaurs and then you see a lady screaming. And I always thought that scene was from that movie, from this movie, but it's not. It's from 2 completely different movies. But most of this movie just takes place in the house. Like the puppet effect on the dinosaurs was clearly expensive, because this is a real low grade B movie, very cheap looking B movie, and it all takes place mostly in like the one location in the house. And like the dinosaurs are cute. They're kind of cute. But they don't do much. You kind of barely see them. There's a running bit where the T-Rex constantly wants to eat people and bite people. And yeah, there's a bunch of these, and I don't understand how. There's more than one. Like apparently none of the original cast returned for any of them. So I don't know what. So how do you explain?
Someone had
so are there
someone had a passion for it and wanted there to be multiples.
From what I read, they were just really cheap and easy to produce, and they were really successful on VHS. But like, I don't know how you. I might have to come back to this because I don't know how on earth do you do a sequel, like, because at the end of it, like the love interest with the dad, they get together and they're all one big happy family with the dinosaurs. So I'm like, so what? So like, are they adults in the next one? Like, are they still babies? Is there a whole new set of mini dinosaurs? Like, the movie ends with the Hispanic guy who the evil museum curator stole the eggs from. He's just watching the family knowingly. So is it just like in the next one there's new baby dinosaurs? Like, are they going to be adults? Like, what happens when the little dinosaurs become adults? Do they get bigger? Like, how much bigger do they get? Do they get like golden retriever size? Are they perpetually small? I have follow-up questions on this, but it was bad, Jordan. It was not very good. It was quite boring, if I'm being honest. And the humor was really, really lazy. Really lazy. A lot of the logic was really weird. That's it. That's hysteria.
I understand.
Dinosaurs, but little.
Everybody loves the dinosaur.
Everybody loves the dinosaur. Next.
So, my next movie is Scooby-Doo.
Scoobert, Doobert, Doo, where are you?
Legend of the Phantosaur.
Ah, yes, the most famous of the Scooby-Doo movies.
We're gonna get to that. We're gonna talk about the actual movie first, and then we'll talk about its legacy. So, the actual movie first. Shaggy finds out that he suffers from a disorder, causes him to irrationally overreact to frightening stimuli. So, the gang decides to go on vacation to a spa in the town of La Serena.
I heard them saying they were not allowed to solve any mysteries.
Yeah, they got to keep him away from things that scare him, and everything scares him. So they have to keep him away from anything mysterious. But while they're there, they end up finding that the town is haunted by the Phantosaur.
Was I right about who the Phantosaur was? Were we right?
Kinda everybody was the Phantosaur is really the point.
Everyone was the what? Okay,
so
go on.
Over the course of the movie, there's a bunch of people that you see them, and if you know Scooby-Doo, you're
like, oh, it's definitely him.
So it's that guy.
And then they introduce the character, you're like, no, it's definitely him.
So it's everybody except for the hypnotherapist.
Really? Because they were really, when I was sitting there watching it, they were really leaning into the hypnotherapist, because it sets up early on. They're like I hypnotize myself and then I forget that I've hypnotized myself, and it really seemed like it was going to turn out that he was the Phantosaur when he hypnotized himself.
So there's the people that work for the big corporation.
The guy who looks like Velma, right?
He's one of them, yes.
He's one of them, yeah.
There's two groups basically. There was the ones that were in the van that you were there when I was watching this, where they wanted to scare the people so they can get the silver from the silver mine.
Real estate scam.
Yeah, and you were like, oh, so it is just a real estate scam. They had their own scam, and then the archaeologists, the one that looked like Velma and his boss.
We gotta talk about how he looks like Velma. He looks like Velma.
He looks like they could be related.
They look like they're related.
Because
turns out that Velma is into dudes that look like Velma.
Velma really likes dudes that looks like Velma to the point where
look like Velma.
if you can put like even part of the trailer and he's in it,
I'm gonna try.
If there's any way, even if you could just get a still image of it.
I think this is probably gonna be a video, because it's the origin of one of the most iconic Shaggy things of all time.
Which we'll get to. We're not there yet.
At least I think it is.
It is.
It is. I think though.
Justin, the Wikipedia article has an entire section talking about it.
Right, but there was, when we get to it, there is an aspect of that I think does predate that movie.
Anyways, hold that thought. So yeah, they
also,
had their
everyone
own...
is lame as fuck.
What?
I said everyone is lame as fuck.
So those two had their own version of the Phantom, and then yeah, the archaeologists. I guess there was like a really expensive rock that was underneath the town, so they were gonna try and scare the townspeople off, so they left the town and then blow up the town so they could get the rock out of there. Because if they didn't, they had to like hand it over and then
But
et
also,
cetera, et
as
cetera.
I'm thinking about it, it also does feel like a way to subvert your Scooby Doo expectations of who it's gonna be. Like, oh, you think it's definitely this guy, so then they can lampshade it and then they can red herring you a bunch so that you're constantly thrown off. But yeah, to be fair, I hate it when these movies are it's just a guy, because then at that point it just feels like an extended episode of What's New Scooby Doo, one of the newer
I mean,
ones.
yeah, this did feel just like that, especially with the way that it
Like
ends. But before we get
they've never been as
before we
good
get
as
to so how it ends, before we get to the legacy of it all, at one point, okay, we'll touch on it. At one point in the movie, in order to help Shaggy combat his fear of everything scary, there's a hypnotherapist there that they go to, and he hypnotizes him. And so anytime someone says the word, I think it was bad. Anytime someone says the word bad, Shaggy's personality goes from him being a scaredy cat to him being not afraid of anything. And we'll touch on what that led to in a
badass.
second. But the way this movie ends is um the hypnotherapist
They would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for that meddling dog.
the hypnotherapist uh is undoing the hypnotherapy that was done on Shaggy to bring him back to normal. And he accidentally hypnotizes the rest of Mystery Inc. Into thinking that they are Shaggy. So the way this movie ends is they're all in the car dressed
Sorry,
as
wait.
Shaggy
Are they?
with the Shaggy haircut.
They're all doing a Shaggy impression.
They are all doing a Shaggy
That
impression, and they all think
sounds
they're
amazing.
Shaggy.
I think I need to see this. I need to see Frank Welker doing Fred doing Shaggy. That sounds amazing.
Um,
Gray Delisle
so
doing Daphne doing Shaggy. That
they're
sounds
all
amazing. Wait. Does
they
Scooby Doo get hypnotized into thinking he's Shaggy?
all of them. They all do.
That's amazing. I need to see
They
this.
all
I
they
need to
all
see
think they're
this.
Shaggy, and so the way that it ends
That
is
just kind of clinched it. This is officially becoming a video, so I can put that into this clip. I don't care. I'll download the movie. I don't even
the
care.
way that I mean I have the movie downloaded. I can just give you the file.
Good to know.
But the way that it ends is yeah, they all think that, and from what I remember, it ends with the real Shaggy, like Shaggy. I can't remember which one, but I think it was I think it's Daphne, where he's like he says to her, he's like, I don't know about all of you, but I think she's the real Shaggy. I think you're the real Shaggy, and like he points at whichever one it
That's
was.
pretty funny.
Um,
Yeah. I don't think. To be fair, I haven't watched every single one, and I don't think I'm gonna. But I don't think they've ever been as good as those original first two, like the Zombie Island and the Witch's Ghost. They've never been as good as those.
no, this is no, they're not.
The minute they stop being real monsters, because I get why people don't like they're hardcore Scooby Doo fans. Yes, they exist. Who don't like when it's a real monster, because they're like, that defeats the purpose of Scooby Doo. But I'm like, yes, but that's what makes it a movie. That's what escalates it. That's what raises the stakes, is making it a real ghost. When it's just a guy, it just becomes an episode of the show. And if I wanted to watch the show, I'd watch the show.
Right. So
Yeah, let's talk about the
now,
legacy of this.
now that we've talked about the movie itself, let's talk about the legacy of it. In 2017, October 12th, YouTube user Midya uploaded a video titled Ultra Instinct Shaggy,
Yep.
which had an edited scene from the film. In the film, there's a scene where Shaggy fights a biker gang and is a badass.
Yep. It's a great scene.
And this person took the references
Put the music from
Dragon Ball Super,
yeah.
and they used the Ultra Instinct form in it, and they used the music and stuff.
The name for it might have come from this, but I'm pretty sure the notion, because I think there was a bunch of memes that predated that I remember, of screen caps of I think it's Matthew Lillard being interviewed, but it was of the of Matthew Lillard as Shaggy with like captions that were like, I've only used 1/88th of my power. You wouldn't, if I used my full power, you wouldn't even understand. And there was a bunch of memes of that. So I think those memes predate this, but I think this was the point where it had a name.
Maybe I can't speak to that.
I remember the first appearance of those memes, and they were very funny. The Ultimate
I just
Instinct
know
Shaggy
that
is like the greatest thing to come out of this movie.
I just know that on here, it says
The fact that it's canon and that
It
it's
went-
in that multiverses
it-
game will never not be funny.
not just there, but it went viral, became part of a wave of memes depicting Shaggy with superhuman or even godlike abilities, often requiring only a small percentage of his power to perform inhuman tasks
Yeah, I'm
or
pretty
to
sure
defeat
that
more powerful
predates
opponents.
the Ultra Instinct.
Variations of the meme use frames from a behind-the-scene featurette of the 2002 Scooby-Doo with fake subtitles describing Shaggy's
Yeah, I'm
power.
pretty sure those predate this movie. I'm pretty sure. But it was all
and so
kind of
then-
around the same time.
So then the meme's popularity coincided with the development of Mortal Kombat 11 and a petition consequently launched on change.org to include Shaggy as DLC, which is hilarious.
yeah, eventually
And
led
then
to,
because the petition received thousands of signatures, it got attention of Mortal Kombat co-creator and the Matthew Lillard, where Lillard jumped in on it to have Scooby-Doo in Injustice 2, and then it continued, and in the animated film Mortal Kombat Legends Battle of the Realms, during its intro, Shaggy, surrounded by a glowing aura and with glowing green eyes, appears from the Warner Brothers animation logo and grabs Scorpion.
Yep. And then then he is in.
And then
he's in
he was in
multiverses. Yeah,
multiverses.
he's in multiverses. I think they should do that character, do something with that character in the comics. But yes, Ultra Instinct Shaggy is always going to be funny. It's always
The
funny.
fact
And
that
the fact that he's in multiverses is the funniest
The fact
thing
that
on the
just the
planet.
fact that Warner Brothers took it and ran with it and was so accepting of
No,
it
it's
is amazing.
just so odd.
It's one of the only Warner Brothers things that they've ever done where I'm like, that was the correct thing to do. That was the right
uncharacteristic
decision.
of you, Warner Brothers. You did the correct thing for once.
It's very rare, and it
The rest
doesn't
of that
happen
game,
very often.
there was a letdown, and you failed that game tremendously. But that was the one thing you did correctly.
I mean, from what I know, it's still around. It's still ongoing.
Last I heard, it got shut down.
Last I heard, it got shut down for to come to the next season.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's find out.
I don't know. I don't think they've relaunched it. I know that they did do a relaunch, but I'm pretty sure it got. Anyway, Jordan, is that it for?
That
thing we just talked about, Scooby Doo. Okay, Jordan. Next bad thing. Now, Jordan, this is going to require.
It was fairly recently. Its servers shut down May 30th,
Yeah.
2025.
I remember that being a big thing. Everyone was pissed because they're like, "What? You guys went away for like 2 years and then you came back for this?" But that's what happens when you try to do a free to play game, and you don't support it, which is what happened with that game.
Anyways, what's your next one?
Jordan, in the list of bad movies, this is the next bad movie. Jordan, all of these are bad, and this was bad. Strap in, because this is going to require some explanation. My next movie is Theodore Rex. Jordan, let's ask, do you remember the crazy world of Theodore Rex? Play the trailer. Play the trailer. Play the trailer. Theodore Rex. I don't know if this is going to be a YouTube video. So, Jordan, let me explain Theodore Rex. Theodore Rex takes place in the far future, where, for some reason, a genetic scientist has decided to bring dinosaurs back, but not
They
actual
never
dinosaurs, but like half man dinosaurs who are part of the world, but that people don't like, and they have their own kind of class system. And then there are regular humans, some of which are also genetically evolved, and they're the police. And Whoopi Goldberg is a detective, and Theodore Teddy Rex, he's a they've all been specifically cloned by this one guy, and they all treat him as though he's like their dad, basically. And he, kind of like Judy Hopps from Zootopia, is like the PR spokesperson for the police. He's basically in the police as kind of a publicity stunt. and a dinosaur has been murdered, killed, and he gets teamed up with Whoopi Goldberg to try to solve the mystery of who killed this dinosaur. And it turns out, big spoiler, that the guy who created all the dinosaurs, turns out that he's a crazy millionaire who has all of the species of all of everybody all genetically cataloged and frozen, and he's going to cause a big extinction level event and restart where he gets to be in charge.
As one does.
And it is terrible. It is really bad. The acting is bad. The jokes are bad. The guy who plays Theodore Rex, you know him from something, but I can't remember exactly what it is. But all the dinosaurs look like worse versions of you obviously remember Dinosaurs?
The show that I talked about on here, insert here.
The Jim Henson show, yeah. That one. Yes. You remember that show?
I do.
Yes.
And we talked about it. Insert here.
It's like worse versions of that. The costumes don't look good. They don't move well. Whoever is sound... Like, it became apparent that, at least it looked like, they just kind of had the voice actors come in and, like, do voiceover over the actors moving, but it never matches up. The sound mixing is horrendous, so all of the dinosaurs sound like you can be like, wait, they're doing like this, where they go real soft. And you're like, wait, what? Like, the character talks to himself. The character is annoying. He's got this really weird running gag where he's into, I think it's chocolate, or there's something he's into that he keeps going after, some kind of food. It's really dumb. It was supposed to go to theaters, but at the last second they pulled it, so it went straight to DVD. So until recently, it was the most expensive straight to DVD movie of all time. Yeah, none of the special effects look good. Again, Whoopi Goldberg is terrible. And if you're like, why would Whoopi Goldberg be in this embarrassingly terrible movie with puppet dinosaurs that's bad, about a detective dinosaur, where the poster is her and Theodore Rex standing back to back with their arms crossed because it's the 90s? You know the exact pose I'm talking about. You know it.
We all know
it. They're doing it. They're doing that. It's horrible. It's horrendous. If you're like, why would Whoopi Goldberg do this very embarrassing movie? She did it because she didn't have a choice. She tried to quit and she got sued, so she had to do it. And she
legally obligated to.
Yeah, she was legally, contractually obligated to do it. And she says it's the one movie she regrets. And I understand. Why it's the one movie she regrets.
So
it's genuinely terrible.
It's her version of Bob Hoskins' Mario Brothers.
Yeah, but that movie was that movie I maintain is removed from the thing it's supposed to be adapting, at least kind of an entertaining movie. This was just embarrassing. It wasn't funny. It wasn't engaging. It definitely failed the phone test. I have nothing really to say about it other than it is remarkable how terrible it is, and the fact that it went straight to DVD. I remember. I know I've seen it. I think I watched it when on TV once years and years ago on like Family Channel or something. But I knew I had seen it, and watching movies for this is just such a different experience of being like, I think I hated this. I think I hated this a lot. That's it. That's Theodore Rex. It's bad movie.
So, okay, my final rapid fire came out in 2009, and it's a remake of a movie from 1970 something. Anyways, it's The Land That Time Forgot.
I've heard of this. I've never seen it, but I've definitely heard. I recognize the name. What year did you say it was from?
This version is 2009.
Oh, but it's been remade a bunch.
It's been made at least once. There was a 1974 version of it, which had Doug McClure.
That's the version I've heard of. I've heard of the old version of this.
And it's based on a book.
Yes.
An Edgar Rice Burroughs
Edgar
novel.
Rice Burroughs, yeah.
And so basically, I can't speak to how good the 1970. I would actually be interested to watch the 74 version because there's no way it's worse than this. Mostly because what makes this one bad, in my opinion anyway, isn't the story, it's the terrible CG.
Oh yeah, fair enough. What year did you say it came out?
2009.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Wait, really? 2009.
2009, and it's made by a independent studio, Asylum.
Oh, right. It's an Asylum movie. Right. Right. This is the Asylum
So
one.
like the story isn't the problem.
It's the
In fact,
terrible. It's the terrible stiff acting and the bad CGI.
it's this yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the story isn't the problem.
I've seen a ton of their
Because
movies.
you've seen this movie before. It's just a group of people go to a mysterious island that has dinosaurs, are stuck there and have to escape.
You know a movie they made that? Okay. You
You've
know.
you've seen you've seen this movie before dozens of times
Yep.
in dozens of variations, and the story isn't the problem.
It's probably, if I had to guess, its poster probably looked like Jurassic Park to trick people into watching it. Because again, this is a thing that the kids these days don't get. It kind of happens on streaming. To be fair, this is a phenomenon that still kind of happens, but
Less so.
there's a name for them for
Copycat
video
films.
games. Which, yeah, the copycat films are for video shovelware, but they're basically, they exist to look like a movie you recognize, so that you would accidentally buy it or rent it instead, or your grandma, thinking it's the movie you like, would buy it or rent it instead. So like, yeah,
Yeah, I don't.
Transmorphers is another one. They vaguely have a similar sounding name. They also made the Asylum. The thing about the Asylum is
I think that this one.
they have made a couple of
Sorry
R-rated
to
comedies I
interrupt you, but I think this one, if I was comparing the poster and the name, and saying they were trying to latch on the property of anything, I would say it's ironically Land of the Lost more than
Probably.
Jurassic Park.
Probably. Yeah.
Considering like they both came out, I think they both came out in 2009.
They're around the same time. Yeah, that makes sense. We know that the two movies, well, they made two I liked. The Asylum, but they were shitty R-rated comedies that were shitty. But there was one, it's called it was MILF, and there was another one, it's called Celebrity Sex Tape. And fun fact about that movie, and I'm sure he would be ashamed. He's probably ashamed of it, but that was the first time. You remember Andre the Black Nerd?
So you want to know? Sorry to interrupt. You said there is a term. There is. And it's here, and it's what the Asylum is known for making.
Yep.
Mockbusters.
Yeah. But you remember
also known as knockbusters or drafting opportunities.
Yep. But yeah, you remember Andre the Black Nerd?
Yes.
The first time I ever saw him, when I first started watching him on YouTube, I'd be like, why do I recognize him? I recognize him for something. And yeah, he's in a movie called Celebrity Sex Tape, where he plays a character. Yeah. He plays a character that is an absolute just slimy piece of shit, and he's just a real piece of shit. So it's real funny. He's a real nice guy.
The character.
Yeah,
not
the character.
actor.
Yeah, his whole thing is like he's a weird sex pervert. That's the whole bit. There's a quite a funny scene where he gets put up to make a tape with a particular celebrity, and he takes so much Viagra that it knocks him unconscious. And she does it with him while he's unconscious. And he's like, damn, I'm the only guy who's never done it, who didn't know that he did it. And it was just, every time I'd watch one of his videos, that scene would be in my brain of being like, oh my God, he's the shitty guy from that terrible comedy. They make bad movies that look like other movies. That's the whole thing.
But anyway, so this movie, the titular group is on a cruise, or on a boat tour or whatever. Through the Caribbean, they end up going through through a storm and end up going through the Bermuda Triangle.
Of course they do.
And end up on a island where time doesn't happen there.
It sure sounds like it's supposed to be I think that's a relatively famous movie from the 70s, but I think, isn't the idea is it's supposed to was his version of
Jules Verne, The Mysterious Island.
That's what I was going to say, the Jules Verne novel, The Mysterious Island. It sure sounds like that's what it's supposed to be.
I can't confirm or deny that, but I could believe that.
I think Edgar Rice Burroughs
there's definitely parallels and similarities.
I think they're contemporaries, I feel like. Maybe they're not. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I know that the Edgar Rice Burroughs novel came out in 1918, so...
Maybe not. Jules Verne's way older. I think he's like Well, I mean, it's cowboy times when Clara's reading them in Back to the Future 3, so at least the early 1900s. Well, maybe they're not
And well, in Back to the Future, it had the one they're talking about in that movie had just come out, so
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
he was like around that time. So I think that was like 1880s or something.
Something like that, early 19th. So maybe they were, yeah, maybe they were contemporaries.
They could have.
Maybe,
They
certainly,
could have
maybe would have
been.
been inspired by him, I guess.
Yeah, they could have been in the same time.
I just can't believe they let the Asylum.
Anyways.
That book must be public domain because it's the only way. It's the
Probably.
only way the Asylum would be able to. Because that's a reasonably well-known book. Edgar Rice Burroughs is
Yeah,
really
no,
a well-known author.
they end up on the island. Time doesn't happen there. There's dinosaurs. They're stuck. They end up running into these two people, these two Americans, who are from much earlier in time than they are.
Jordan, the important question is
and
though,
then
is there boobs?
no,
No.
why would there be?
Because there's always boobs in Asylum movies. It's like 90% their thing.
No, there wasn't.
There's a horrid one. I think I told you about it off air called Jailbait. That's all boobs.
And then
It's the short version.
there's Germans who are from the World War. I think it's 2, but it might have been 1. But they have their U-boat, and then the two American dudes trick them into trick our main cast into helping them. And then they end up stealing the boat that they were gonna escape on. So then our group has to work with the Germans, and then they all escape except for 2 of our titular characters, and one of them is pregnant by the end of it,
Oh, all right.
and they're stuck on the island, and that's how it ends.
All right.
It's not a great movie, but
No.
it's not a bad story.
I mean, clearly it's an Edgar Rice Burroughs novel. He's a famous novelist.
Exactly.
Jordan, is that it?
Eggs. Sorry. Eggs. Ackley.
Exactly.
To call back. That is it.
So it's really funny, Jordan. When I was crafting my list for this week,
Also, apparently, the Land That Time Forgot, I'm just reading about the actual book now, is the first of a trilogy.
Oh. Jordan, when I was crafting my list, I really struggled on that last one. I was like, what do I do? I couldn't think of a thing. I really couldn't. And finally, I just picked one. I saw a name and I clicked it, and then I read the premise, and I was like, this is the one. This is it. And there are some couple of really funny coincidences involved in this. But this is Tammy and the T-Rex. Starring.
I don't recognize that one.
Well, what's funny is you might, because this movie, coincidentally, is featured in its entirety in the game High on Life, the video game High on Life.
Is it actually?
So you beat High on Life, right?
I did, but
Yeah.
I did not beat its DLC.
No, I didn't beat the DLC either. But you know how Gene is sitting there watching the movies on TV?
Yeah, I seem to remember there being there's 3
There's
movies
3 of them.
that he.
This is
that
one of the
he-
movies.
Oh,
This is one of the
interesting.
movies. So this is a very young, stars Denise Richards as. Well, okay, this was fun. It's called Tammy and the T-Rex, but the credits say her name is Tanny, Tanny. But it's a young
Wait,
Denise Richards.
Tammy or Tanny?
Well, the movie is called Tammy and the T-Rex, but the credits say her name is Tanny. I know,
Okay.
It's really weird. But it stars a young Paul Walker. It's like his 3rd movie.
Like Fast and
Fast and
Future
the
Paul
Furious
Walker?
Paul Walker. He's like a
Or
teenager.
Fast and Furious, rather?
Yeah, Fast and the
Weird.
Furious Paul Walker is in this. It's like his very first movie. And Jordan, this movie was god-awful. This is the plot of Tammy and the T-Rex. So, Tammy and Michael are boyfriend and girlfriend, seemingly. It looks like it's not really it's made clear or explained, but they seem to be together. And she
The
is either
lovers.
with or was her ex-boyfriend. They've got a gay best friend, and yeah, okay. The Wikipedia says ex-boyfriend, but the movie makes it look like she's still with him and she's cheating with Paul Walker. But according to the Wikipedia article, it's her ex-boyfriend are starting, are like fighting each other. They get into a big fight, and in the meanwhile, it cuts to this scientist who's got he's got a shadowy figure of a T-Rex and a robot T-Rex, and he's impressed by this T-Rex's strength and skill, and he wants to implant a human brain into this robot T-Rex. And so later that night,
I hear nothing wrong with that plan. I mean, every person should put a human brain inside of a robot dinosaur body.
And the robot dinosaur is terrible, and it moves really clunky and slow, and it's hilarious. And Paul Walker gets beat up and chased by Billy and his thugs, and they chase him into a wild animal park where Michael gets mauled by a lion and taken to the hospital. The evil doctor declares Michael dead and tries to take his body so he can put his brain into the T-Rex. But as he's taking him away, he wakes up, and it turns out he's perfectly alive, and then they just knock him unconscious again. They take his brain and they put it into the robot T-Rex, and Michael, as the T-Rex, escapes, and Jordan does the one thing you do with your brain now in the body of a robot T-Rex. What do you think he does, Jordan?
Mauls the shit out of someone?
How did you know that? How did you know that he takes bloody, gory revenge on those who have wronged him? And he goes to, I think it's a party or something, some event, and the bully is having sex with there's a girl bully character he's having sex with in the back of a car, and it's just them having sex as this robot dinosaur slowly just rolls up behind them, and she sees him and starts screaming, and he doesn't stop, and the robot just rips her leg off and throws her, and then rips the guy's head off, and the movie has no budget, so it's really bloody, but it's kind of like the Velocipaster, where it's really cheap looking, and it's horrid.
Boy.
And yeah, so then there's this whole... So he escapes, and they, for whatever reason, the gay best friend's dad is a police officer, and so the police are chasing... Oh, I guess because everyone saw him kill... I think that's what it is. They all see him kill the bully, the ex-boyfriend, and the police are chasing after him. And the friends are like... The girlfriend, Tammy, the titular Tammy, and the gay best friend are like hiding him. And the doctor manages to... The doctor shows up. It's like, no, it's just a robot. It's like, no, that's a friend, Michael. What? You think I put a human brain inside a robot dinosaur? That's crazy. How could I even do that? And Michael kills the doctor, and it causes the police to open fire and destroy the T-Rex body. So now Michael doesn't have a body, and the movie ends with Tammy having put Michael into the computer and sets up a camera and a video screen so that he can watch her. And the movie ends with an agonizingly long scene of her taking off her clothes and getting changed into lingerie and doing a striptease, and him making what I can only describe as weird orgasm noises.
And this is a family movie?
No, this is not a family movie. I would not characterize this as a family movie. This is a very bad movie, Jordan. But it's very funny because, yeah, you can absolutely watch this in High on Life. It is very strange and very bad. Jordan, do you have any further follow-up questions?
So, kind of. If you were a robot dinosaur, you'd maul the shit out of people, wouldn't you?
I would definitely. I mean, if I were killed in my car with my girlfriend, Or if I was killed by a lion after being chased by my girlfriend's ex-girlfriend, I'd definitely maul the shit out of him.
Okay, good.
And the doctor who put my brain in the dinosaur.
That was my only question. No notes.
I would pretty much do exactly what he did in this, I think.
That's sensible. That's sensible. It must be royalty free or something if it's in High on Life.
I'm guessing it must be. Yeah, I'm guessing it must be.
For the rights to the film or whatever, the rights to it
really
must
cheap.
be very cheap.
Very cheap. But yeah, it's like right in there with like, you're like, it reminded me of The Room. Like, that's what it reminded me of. It was
That is not what someone who is making a movie wants to hear.
No, it's that kind of bad movie. Like the Velocipaster by comparison. That felt like it was... I enjoyed that movie because it had the vibe of like a group of people who got together with like a shoestring budget and just had a fun time making a stupid movie. This feels like they were trying to make a good movie, and it's just not. Bad. That's it. Next!
So, I will admit this one was sort of a cheat. It was sort of a tongue-in-cheek choice that I made because it technically has a dinosaur in it. I did Toy Story 4. I should have done Toy Story 3, but Justin convinced me to do 4.
I figured because they were with Bonnie that the dinosaurs would have been in it way more.
Right, but in the third one, Woody goes to Bonnie's room and actually engages with the toys there more, whereas in this one, it's more about Bo Peep. So,
that is
third
true.
one would have had more of the toys.
Jordan, are you any more excited for the fifth one?
No, if anything, this reinforces, and this is where so we're gonna go all the way back to the beginning of this. You remember when you were talking about Spider-Man, when you were like certain characters like Mary J, they should not be in this movie. They should have been left in the other one. It undercuts the message of the previous movie. Woody should not be in Toy Story 5. It undercuts them. It undercuts the point of this one, and it completely devalues this movie.
Look.
Having just watched this movie, and the emotional goodbye that they give to Woody and the send off and the sadness, and I felt sad. Like I wanna say full stop. I don't think this movie should exist either. I think Toy Story 3 was the perfect. It was a trilogy. It was the perfect button note and end. And as far as I'm concerned, that movie is the end. This is the epilogue.
Yeah.
You don't have a second epilogue. Now that being said, I don't mind that Toy Story 5 is being made. I don't mind that you bring back Buzz and you bring back any of the characters that are in Bonnie's room, because as far as I'm concerned, and I've been thinking about this since I watched this, as far as I'm concerned, Toy Story 3 was the end of the Andy saga, and Toy Story 4 is the beginning of the Bonnie saga.
I could see the argument for that.
So you can continue to have movies that are about Bonnie and her toys. Woody is no longer one of her toys. His story ended. So it's done.
No, well, to call back to the Spider-Man thing, but I'm okay. As it looks right now, with the very limited information we have, it looks like Woody's going to be a major character in this next movie. Not a fan of that. Don't love that. I'm not against, like with MJ and Ned, they're in one scene, and it's a meaningful scene, and it's Woody and Jesse come into contact with each other, or it's a dream sequence, or anything of that nature. Like I don't mind, like I said before, where it's in order to stop the evil buzzes, she has to go to Woody and be like, hey man, I need your help with this, and then Woody does one scene, just like with Ned and MJ. Now if again, like I said before, if Woody were to be the main character, I'm with you. But that's all contingent on I think he's if any of the marketing of this is any indication, he will be a major character, and I will have an issue with that. But
I maintain the only way that it works for me is if it's a flashback. If it's a callback to a scene of like them in Andy's room where she's like, what would Woody have done? And she remembers something. That doesn't undercut his saying goodbye. That doesn't undercut him passing the torch on. Him coming back and having to white knight and save the day in any capacity, undercuts him going
I
away.
just think like if he's a traveling toy and you have a scene where like they happen to like I'm like
Oh, it's so convenient that they happen to be at a place where he happened to
I
be
mean
there,
yeah, it's
so
a
he
kids
could
movie, so yeah, you
happen,
suspend your
so
you,
he
you,
so
you,
he could happen to save the day
Oh, I'm not
for
saying that he
her.
necessarily has to save her, but like to have a scene where yeah, like the movie
But
is
you-
about Jesse, and you have a scene where he's a character in her life. So to have a scene where they run into each other,
Who said goodbye?
but again, you just because you say goodbye, and then the ending of that movie also is like it's not goodbye forever, it's just goodbye for now, and there was always a chance that they could reconnect, and I again. I think in your imagination,
Yeah, sure.
Woody,
Maybe
hold
maybe
on,
in
let me
Toy,
finish. Let me finish.
maybe in Toy
let me
Story
finish.
6,
Let me finish. Let me
when
finish.
we've had a
Let me
movie
finish.
without him.
Let me finish. I think in your imagination, Woody comes back and he dominates, and it becomes about Woody again. I think where he gets relegated to being like a Buzz and he's a background character. Again, this is all me being like, he looks like he's gonna be a major character, and what I want is not gonna happen, and we're both gonna hate it. So, but my version of this is like, yeah, they get trapped on an island or something, or there's a situation where Woody does like a one scene cameo where he's like, "You're doing a good job, Jesse. I'm proud of you," and we get to find out for a brief moment how he's doing. Because yeah, it would feel wrong to do Toy Story without Woody's involvement at all. But I don't disagree. We've never disagreed that he should not be the main focus of this. It shouldn't be like a search for Spock situation, or it shouldn't be
And that's where I say you have him in a flashback. He's still involved. He's still involved in the story.
That's not interesting.
He still gets to. Let me finish. He still gets to give his advice. And then in the next movie, when he's been gone for an entire movie, and you can actually like
But they were never gonna do that.
feel his weight. Let me finish though. Feel his weight having not been there for a movie. Then in the next one, they have to go and look for his advice or do whatever you said,
It's just not
suggested.
realistic. It's
But
just
I'm
not
saying
realistic.
that's what works for me. I don't like that.
But
he's
the thing
coming
is, you're
back.
like, again, to compare it to the Zendaya,
And that's why I say having a drive-by wave of he's in a flashback.
so that's not a drive-by wave though.
That is a drive-by
That's
wave.
not a
In
drive-by
terms,
wave.
in terms of,
That's
in
not
terms of
actually
the audi-
Woody. That's,
In terms of the audience, yes, it is.
no, but in terms of the story, that's not a drive-by wave. Like a drive-by wave would be.
We don't need an actual drive-by wave. He's
you're gonna
off.
get it.
He's off at a fucking like a
But
festival.
you're gonna get it no matter
And if
what.
he's just coincidentally in the same town as them again, no, I hate that. I hate
It
that.
wouldn't be narratively satisfying. A flashback
It
wouldn't
won't
be
be narratively satisfying if he's there.
But it would be. It would be for me.
No,
Again,
it won't.
to find out where he's been, maybe
you need
maybe he shows up.
you need to rewatch the fourth movie again.
I
then.
remember exactly how it ends. But no, if it were to be a thing, again, I think in your brain, for whatever reason, you refuse to let go of the idea that he would come back and be. I mean, he is going to come back and be a main character. But
Yeah, I hate that.
he is, and I hate that. But no, for them to do like a single like mid movie, like no, I don't think there's any harm with moving characters forward and going back and being you're not wrong. Having a movie where it's his story, yes, you do another story, you're telling the same story again. That no. But to have it where yes, she runs into him or she's out on an adventure. No. You constantly cut me off before you let me finish.
Because I don't want it.
To do that does not undercut anything. That doesn't undercut anything because the story isn't about Woody. The story isn't about Woody. It's about Jesse. And all it is, it's like yeah, all it is you finding out, hey, he's still okay. And he offers her advice. He's like, "Oh, you were the leader of this group of people. You did it for years. Like, how did you do it? Like that doesn't work if it's not real. Like, what you want wouldn't mean anything because it wouldn't be real.
No, what I want is I want him to not be in it at all.
No,
I'm compromising.
never gonna happen.
I'm compromising and saying if you have to pay Tom Hanks
But
to
that
be
doesn't-
in it, have him be in a flashback.
That wouldn't work.
I don't want him to come back.
What I want.
Not right away anyway.
What I want is I would like them to do a thing where Yeah, I mean, I kind of want he's a bit grizzled and he maybe, Bo Peep is like there's a movie he did called I forget the character. It's My Neighbor Otto, I think is what it's called, where Tom Hanks got to be a real asshole, and I kind of like them to do. If you must bring Woody back into this as a main character, okay. Woody is back in this as a main staple of the audience, main staple of the cast of characters. You have no choice. He's a main character. What do you do with it? Think on that, and I want to tell you what I would do with it.
I have an answer I can give you right away. I know exactly. If I had to have a Woody movie, it would be very different than what you were probably going to suggest.
It's still a Jesse movie, but you have to include Woody. Jesse is the main character.
No.
But okay, no, you for this exercise, you have no choice. Think on what you would do. Jesse is the main character. Woody is not a main character, but he's in the main cast.
I have one solution, but it doesn't jive with the way that the fourth movie ends.
Well, okay. Here's my thing.
That's the thing is as far as I'm concerned, there's no way. Full stop, point blank.
Sure, but you have no choice.
Satisfyingly, it can't be done. I can come up with unsatisfying answers, but I hate them all.
So this is what you do, okay? This is what my ideal version of this has always been. It's one scene. It's like a minute and it's a minute scene. It's a very brief cameo. I wouldn't even have I've brought Tom Hanks back. I would have had it been like a. But the version of it where he's a main character, this is what I do. They're off on an adventure, and I'm doing this with all of the including of all of the stuff we already know. So the army of Buzz Lightyears, the tech versus all that. Number one thing, do not start with Woody in the gang already. Don't do it. Don't have it so they get back together off screen. That will piss me off. But my ideal version of this is they run into Woody, maybe like the inciting incident, whatever caused, because all of these movies, all inciting incident, they have to leave the room or the family. So they have to go fight they have to go leave. They get separated from the family, and they run into Woody, and by being on the road, he has become weathered, and now he looks older. So now maybe he's got a bit of gray because some of the paint is scratched off. He's got maybe some damage. Bo Peep is dead. Bo Peep.
Ooh, that's dark.
Bo Peep is gotten. Well, okay, it's a kids movie. We're not gonna say dead. We're gonna say she got destroyed, and we're not gonna say it. We're just gonna hint at it. But we're gonna be like, something happened to Bo Peep. He's alone, and he's sad, and he's grizzled, and he gets to this way he can be like a grizzled, kind of a harder edged, kind of maybe even a little bit of Clint Eastwood, kind of like a bit harder kind of character who's a bit more angry. And the story can be Jesse has to like bring the love back, and Jesse has to help him discover the love of a child. Maybe he's a bit angry about I left the child and my life is destroyed, and he's resentful, and she has to help rebuild the confidence, and that can rediscover or help her rediscover the love of like being with the child. Also, my obviously ideal version of it is
and then Woody
Andy.
goes back home with Bonnie, and they all live happily ever after.
I don't know if Woody. Honestly, I would kill Woody off. I would have to sacrifice him.
So him going away and just living happily ever after, but never seeing him again isn't realistic. Killing him, I don't know. I
don't know if killing him, but like
that's never gonna happen.
Bring him back as like a grizzled, angry version, and like a bit older, more damaged version of himself.
Can I give you my slightly more practical version of what I think would happen and could fit into your they get help from him situation? So
I mean, that's probably what's. Well, I don't know. I think they're gonna do a hard cut. In my
version of it, it's been like maybe a year or two since the last one.
I think that's what
Bonnie's getting a little bit older and is obsessed with her tablet. And Bonnie's mom is frustrated with her being obsessed with her tablet. And this is where I'm going out on a limb here. This won't happen, but this is how I would do it. I would be where she reaches out to Andy and is like, can you help me connect with Bonnie again? And Andy is like, sure, there's a fair in town. Why don't I take her to the fair?
That would be kind of cool. I mean,
They
I
bring
wanted the version of it where
he brings Bonnie to the fair and is like, "Why don't you bring your toy Jessie with you?" And Jessie goes with her to the fair. Jessie sneaks off at one point and is like, "I wonder if I can find Bo and Woody." And then meanwhile, at all of the kiosks where you can win toys, every single one has a buzz.
I my worry is that they're not going to explain why Woody's back. But also,
probably not.
My worry is that they're not.
But
also it's Pixar, right?
Sorry, real quick. That would be I mean, I would roll my eyes hard, but that would, if I had to, you say I have to include Woody and he has to come back and be a major thing. That's how I would do it.
The company mandating it. You don't get a choice.
I would hearken on like, if I'm trying to appeal to both the new generation, which is Bonnie, and I'm trying to still hearken the original audience, you bring back Andy.
Yeah, my version...
if you're gonna bring back Woody, then you reinforce the idea that Woody is Andy's kid.
Yeah.
And you also bring back Andy.
Because my big thing with it going forward is very much... You're like, okay, yeah, this is the Bonnie. I would say this is not even so much that this is the Bonnie trilogy, but that this is the Jessie trilogy. Like, this is Jessie.
That too.
You really need to lean in the fact that she is the lead character. She is the main character. And yeah, I think the movie needs to be about, we don't know what it's about, but from her character arc needs to be about taking leadership and being the leader and being insecure about being the leader. And I think that, like, yeah, that Woody's role in this should be being support, and that's it. Like, he needs to be the support to Jessie, and that's it. Like, that's all.
I still
which I hate. Don't get me wrong, I hate it. For me, his support, he should have been in one scene, one walk by, drive by cameo where Tom Hanks shows up for a day, does 1 or 2 lines. Like, all I wanted him to do was, like, be like, I'm proud of you, Jessie. And then that's it. That's all I wanted from that. I don't think he needs to be a major character. I don't think he needs to come back fully. And who knows? Maybe he won't. To be fair, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with that character.
Oh, Justin, we know. We know.
We don't know fully. We don't know. Yeah, we know. They're not going to explain shit. He's going to be back in Bonnie's room with no explanation, and Bo Peep will be there. I guarantee you.
Probably, and it'll be like... they couldn't stay away, or they couldn't,
something.
Yeah, there'll be some excuse, or he'll show up at the school, or he'll something like.
Yeah, they've hinted that this is one of many that are coming, which I'm not a fan of. Like,
yeah, I maintain it should have ended with 3. It had the perfect ending.
Sure, it should have ended with 3, but those toys make
and that's why I say
money.
That's like I have to.
There's corporate cynicism.
In order for me to kind of get past it, I kind of have to look at it like that was the end of that trilogy.
Yeah, pretty much.
And now this is a new trilogy.
I think that's a fair and easy way to look at it, because it is this theoretically could be the middle part of a new trilogy.
Well, especially because it's not between the 3rd one and the 4th one, and even between the 2nd and 3rd one. To be fair, it's not just Woody who goes away.
Yeah.
A bunch of the characters go away, right? So, like, that's why I say, and I realize Woody is like the main one, but he's not the main one of Bonnie's story. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly.
He was shoved in a closet, and he had dust bunnies growing on him. So, I still maintain he could have not been in the 5th one, whether he is or not.
He didn't need to be.
He didn't need to be in the 5th one. They said goodbye to him. They had a teary farewell. It's a really good, strong, emotional scene, and as a follow-up to Toy Story 3, it's a good epilogue to his story of he tried to keep doing the thing that he did with Andy. Let me finish. He tried to keep doing the thing that he did with Andy, and it wasn't working, so he moved on. So now, again, as far as I'm concerned, to shove him back into the story undercuts that.
Right, but I still disagree. I don't think as long as he's not
in the same way that you say that bringing back MJ and Ned undercut Spider-Man
It's
saying goodbye.
different though,
It's not. It's not different.
because those movies were Woody was the main character, right, in those movies, all four of them.
Right,
And so
and that
if he,
movie
hold
is
on, let me
about
finish,
passing
let me
the
finish.
torch.
So if he's right, but you could pass the
It's not
torch.
really. It's not really passing the torch when the guy who passed the torch is still around in the next
Yeah,
movie.
when he steps down as the leader, he's no longer the leader of the group, and the movies, and in terms of movie language, the movie's no longer about him. Then yes, if he comes back and the movie's about him and he's the main character, then you're right. But if it comes back and he's a supporting character, he shows up midway through the movie and he's barely in it, then no, that doesn't undercut it. If he comes back and the movie's about him and they do search for Woody, then yes, that absolutely does undercut everything. But no, because at the same time, because that movie the Toy Story 4 does not make the case that the separation is definitive. It just says that we might see each other again one day. That's
no. I mean, yeah, they said that. They have that line in there very specifically so they can bring the character back. Justin, that doesn't mean I don't hate that. I hate it.
But it is not set up for him to come back. That is
yeah. If
they had killed off Woody,
they shouldn't be bringing him back.
Like if Woody had went to do a jump and he got shot in the chest and he went flying and no more Woody, and they brought him back to life, then at that point it completely undercuts his sacrifice. But the whole point to the end of the fourth one is they very specifically were like, no, he might come back one day. Don't write it out.
So okay, here's my one way. If they have to do and have him in the present, the one way that it works for me is, like I said, having Andy take Bonnie to the toilet, to the fair or whatever, and then having Jesse going to Woody and being like, Woody, I need you to come back with me. Like, I need your help. I don't know what to do. And then he walks up, and I can see this scene, so I'm sure there's some variation of it. But having him walk up to her, seeing the badge, the sheriff badge on her chest, adjudge it and go like, you don't need my help. You never needed my help.
That's what I wanted. I wanted it to be a thing where like she's in some sort of all is lost moment and he appears out of nowhere and you're like, and he walks out of the shadows and it's Woody and he hasn't been in the movie the whole time. He hasn't been in it at all. And he walks out of the shadows and she goes, Woody, I need you. I need your help. You need to come back with me and save the day. And yeah, exactly like you said, I could picture it. Except for in my head, it's him putting his hands on her shoulders. But I like the adjusting the sheriff's badge better. And yeah, you walk up and adjust the badge, but like, no, you don't need me. And then yeah, that's it. You don't need me, Jesse. You got this. And then that's
like,
it.
That's the one
scene I want because I think that would be a great follow up to where that character is, and then you still get to include him because you have to include him. But he's at least only in it a little bit. Like that that to me is the perfect button nose to the end of the fourth one.
I want to be clear. I don't want it. I hate it. I don't think he should be in it at all. But I'm saying if I have to fulfill the checkbox of the corporate mandated Woody has to be there, it's either that or a flashback.
Yeah.
That's it. Like those are my
one scene.
Those are my two options, and I only want you to exercise one of them.
But like, that's not what it is.
That's
frustrating.
I lean towards the flashback.
I don't know. It's Pixar, man. I'm never not going to be entertained. It's a big wait and see. But yeah, this one. I did see someone say that this one is really more, and I think that's what helps me kind of accept it. I mean, I like yours. It's part of a new trilogy, but there was a review at the time that was like, this is really more of a continuation of those shorts I never watched.
That's fair. I didn't either. No. I know that there was one. I was reading. There was one that came out in later. I think it was. I don't remember when, but it basically told the story of what happened to Bo Peep.
Yeah.
Like after she left and what happened to her.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a bunch of them where there's one where it's like the land of the
forky
dinosaurs.
Ones as well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of forky ones. There's the one where it's the little Buzz Lightyear.
Oh yeah, the Buzz Nino or whatever.
That Toy Story 4 is more of a follow-up to those than it is a sequel to Toy Story 3.
Cynically though, this movie, Toy Story 4, was always going to get 5 because it had a budget of $200 million. Do you want to guess?
Oh,
Do you want to
it's
just
probably
take
made close to $1 billion if I had to
one
guess.
step or one stab in the dark
Probably close to $1 billion.
of that's your final is
Yeah.
1 billion?
Well, close
It
to it.
made 1.74 billion with a
Yeah,
B.
exactly. Yeah. It
So
was
it was
hugely
always
successful.
going to
That's
get
why
a
when you're
fifth
like,
one.
no, Woody, I'm like, that's never going to happen. That character makes too much money. Just like
Mm.
me, I'm like, no Buzz Lightyear. I can't stand Buzz Lightyear. Well, I can't stand Tim Allen. No more
I
Buzz Lightyear.
I
was like, that
I
was never gonna happen.
particularly don't I don't love Buzz in this one.
No, they
make him
turned him
too
into a
stupid.
big dope, a big stupid dope. Like, it's really frustrating. They're the Key and Peele characters are funny, but yeah, they really Flanderize.
And
Buzz
apparently,
Lightyear in this movie.
oh, they absolutely no, not Flanderize. Flanderize is smart. They Homerize. They make him stupid.
No, the Flanderize is where you make the character silly.
Oh. And then apparently there was Justin. There was controversy. Justin, look at me. Controversy about this movie because apparently there was a scene which briefly shows a couple of lesbian mothers with a child at kindergarten
Oh
orientation,
yeah, I remember that.
which prompted 1 million moms, a conservative group in the U.S., to call for a boycott of Toy Story
the same
4.
thing in Finding Dory. There's a random lesbian couple in there too, and he's like, who cares?
And also Lightyear.
And Lightyear, yeah, it's like, who cares? Yeah, Snoop Dogg wasn't happy with that. Jordan, is that it with Toy Story 4?
That is it. Overall, I like this movie.
Toy Story 4.
In spite of the fact that I don't. I mean, it's one of those things where I have a deep nostalgia for the characters.
It's Toy Story.
But
it's always gonna be at the very least entertaining.
But fundamentally, I don't think it should exist.
Duke Kaboom. I will be okay with the 5th one only if Duke Kaboom comes back. I want a Duke Kaboom spin-off. A series of Duke Kaboom movies.
Oh, that's the other thing is apparently that they got sued by the Knievel Knievel people.
Yeah,
because it was too similar.
Too similar? That's very funny. Jordan.
Toy Story 4.
If I had a nickel for every Disney movie that involved the dinosaur, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's weird that it happened twice. Jordan, let's begin. Let's begin with the only 2 good movies I watched this week. And that's the first one is Dinosaur.
Everybody loves a dinosaur.
It's just called Dinosaur. Jordan, do you remember Dinosaur?
I do. It's the weird 3D one that has the lemurs.
It is. You know what's really interesting about the lemurs? The main lemur, the sidekick lemur, he's voiced by the actor who plays Daxter.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, I recognize his voice. Why do I recognize his voice? And then I quick Google search later. Oh yeah, it's this guy from Daxter. He's Daxter.
Interesting. Interesting.
Another thing that'll make you go, really? Did you know? Okay, number one. Okay. This movie is a movie about a iguanodon who his family gets killed and his other brothers and sisters get eaten by Cartosaurus, and he gets adopted by
a metasaur.
It's
Justin?
the one that looks like a T-Rex, but it has devil horns.
It's a metasaur.
It's only in this movie because it looks slightly scarier than a T-Rex.
It eats meat.
He gets adopted by a lemur family, and their island gets destroyed by a meteorite, and they wind up joining with a herd of various dinosaurs who are traveling to the Great Valley. I mean, the breeding grounds.
Great Valley.
It's basically the Great Valley. This movie is basically The Land Before Time, but with adult dinosaurs. And the big thing with this is that it's really like, at the time, it was a very technically advanced. Like, the whole thing is, oh, the dinosaurs look realistic. Like, that's the whole thing with it. And the thing that'll make you go, really, because it made me go, really, is all of the backgrounds are all live action.
Really?
Yeah. So they actually went out and shot, like, live action in different deserts and jungles and whatever. So all the backgrounds are all live action. And it's all CGI characters layered on top of live action. I know, I had no idea because you wouldn't know it. Because the models are realistic looking, so it all blends together. And I'm going to be honest with you, the movie was really fucking boring. Like, it's really boring.
I remember liking that movie.
It's just them walking through the desert for a lot of it, and them squabbling, and Like there's parts of it that are kind of uplifting a little bit, but like it is otherwise just not this. Like it's very pretty, it's very well animated, and some of the humor kind of is funny. But there's a reason why nobody remembers this.
It's fair.
It's a whole thing is like, but the funniest thing about it is, okay, so it's another one of those movies where the history is more interesting than the actual movie itself. So they've been trying to make it since like it came out in the 2000s. They had been trying to make it since the 1980s, and initially it was like the whole thing was the concept came from I think it was like a brachiosaurus or some small dinosaur fighting a T-Rex. Like the main character was going to be a small veggie eating dinosaur, and he was going to fight a T-Rex in the climax. And the whole thing was
Sounds a lot like Land Before Time. There's a little leaf eater who fights a T-Rex in the end.
I don't remember if it was a long neck or not, but the whole point was that it was supposed to be realistic. Like that it was supposed to be crazy realistic looking, which is why it looked realistic. And it was going to be like they were like real dinosaurs. And
as opposed to fictional dinosaurs?
As opposed to like cartoon anthropomorphic dinosaurs.
Oh,
so the whole thing was they weren't going to talk. Like none of the dinosaurs were going to talk.
That sounds awful.
And then they were like, yeah, we can't. They were like, you can't do that. The movie would be really boring if the characters didn't talk. So they have to talk. And so the minute the characters started to talk, it undercut a lot of the seriousness of the story, and they cut down. Like it was originally going to be like way darker and way more violent, and so they cut all of that out. And my only real like criticism of it, I was like, oh, this is fine. It's just a real nothing of a movie. My only thing was, okay? The directors and creators insisted that dinosaurs and lemurs lived at the same time, but I'm almost entirely positive lemurs and dinosaurs didn't live at the same time. Like it felt anachronistic. I'm pretty sure no mammals and dinosaurs lived at the same time. But I could be wrong. I could be completely.
I'm not an archaeologist, so I can't say for sure.
A paleontologist.
Either of those things. I'm neither.
I'm pretty positive iguanodons and triceratopses, and they don't.
I mean,
they didn't.
The thing is that a lot of these dinosaur movies show dinosaurs together that were never together. Some were in the Cretaceous period, some were from the Jurassic period. So, I mean, it's all relative.
Oh, this is also the movie that made me go. When the dinosaurs are just mindless, they don't talk predators. The movie is fucking boring. Like oh my god, they just kind of become a nothing, boring monster. Like they're just a nameless. They're not very interesting when they don't talk or have a personality. They're just a monster. And this was kind of the point of the period of the week where I realized that, where I was like, it's like, yeah, man, it makes these movies decidedly like less interesting when the predators don't get to have a personality. It's way more fun when they have a personality.
I mean, I argue when any character doesn't have a personality or anything to latch onto, they become boring.
Foreshadowing.
Unless they're supposed to be like a force.
Right?
Like a force of nature or a force of something that, you know.
Right.
Like,
and it's also, you're just like, in this one, you're like, well, okay, how come all of the, like the dinosaurs can understand the lemurs, and it shows the dinosaurs, they all have like a scary dinosaur growl, but they still all speak English, and they're all different species of dinosaurs. It's just, yeah, the for part of the movie they're being chased by a Cartosaurus. Again, it's the one that you know what it looks. You know the one. It's the one that looks like a T-Rex, but it's got devil horns.
Yeah. I don't remember what it's called.
Pretty sure it's called Cartosaurus. But yeah, anyway, it was all right. It was. I was gonna say, having watched a bunch of shitty movies prior to it was a breath of fresh air.
That's fair. I understand. Is that all you have to say about that one?
It is indeed all that I have to say about that one.
Okay, well then we will move on to my second half scene, which was the second in the Jurassic World trilogy, quadrilogy, Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom.
The bad one.
I mean, it's relative. It's as bad as like The Lost World, for example. The not all of the ones from the original trilogy were
The
stellar.
thing that makes me go,
Or not the Lost World. What's the second one?
that's it. That's the Lost World.
Is that the Lost World? Then what's
I
the
think
third one?
Jurassic Park 3.
Not that. Okay. Anyways, um,
The second one's called The
yeah,
Last
this.
World Jurassic Park.
Okay, yeah, this one is, I would argue, as bad as that.
I
Um,
completely disagree. I think this movie's far worse. I would say it's maybe debatably not as bad as the third one, but I definitely think it's better than none.
well, that's where I say like it's a
But
sliding scale, and usually I find, um, I don't know how to word this. These movies are never better than their first one.
I could see the comparison to The
So
Lost
like so
World.
like in the original trilogy, none of the following ones are better than the first one because to me the most interesting part of this is when you see it as a park.
Yeah,
Once you take it away from the park aspect, it just becomes a monster movie.
and then a not very
Like a
interesting one at that.
standard boring monster movie that has to throw and then there's also just the fact of, and I'm gonna do it, Justin. This was not a dinosaur movie. These are not dinosaurs. They are genetic abominations.
No, yeah. It's
Um,
funny you say that because we're gonna put a pin in that for later. Because no, yeah, they're not dinosaurs, not technically. But
oh,
like,
that we're gonna go back to that with another one I watched as well, where they're not dinosaurs.
they're not
It's
dinosaurs.
not. It's not a dinosaur.
Especially my thing with this one is just like it's just the same as the thing is just the same as the last one. It's just slightly smaller.
A abnormal genetic abomination raptor.
Raptor. It's just a raptor.
It's
with
a raptor.
Slightly different name and. Yeah,
Um,
no. My thing with this one is it's like it was like two different movies. You got the first half of like, okay, yeah, this is kind of moderately interesting. The do these creatures have a right to exist? The bits with Jeff Goldblum, the discussion of saving them from the volcano, the ethical questions are all interesting. And then the second half of the movie happens.
right.
And the thing that makes me go, it's the no, okay, that's not fair. I no longer, without spoiling my thoughts on the new one, I no longer think it's the worst Jurassic Park movie. I used to think it was the worst one. Although the third Jurassic World movie is a pretty strong contender, and it's a spoiler, but the big thing for me is, and it's weird because it's a thing that you go, yeah, okay, it's kind of a logical thing to conclusion to come to in this universe, but I don't know, it was just like a bridge too far for me, and it was the fact that she's a human clone. Like, that's the thing that made me go, what? No, that's dumb.
But it also is a logical conclusion.
No, I know, and it feels like it shouldn't be, but it does for some reason, and I can't quite articulate why, but it's just like, that to me was the line where I went, but also stupid giant locusts in the next one was also awful, so like, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. So it's especially confusing because okay, so in the Jurassic World, John Hammond is still a thing. The events of the first movie still happen
Yeah.
because like they go and they find the stuff in the first one, right? So I'm just saying, in a world where the Jurassic Park tragedy happened and they still made a park anyway, them having another tragedy wouldn't stop them from making another park.
No, I know that's the big thing is they would just pay off whoever was affected by it and then open another park.
Yeah, and so the fact that like
In a world where capitalism exists, yeah, they would just
this
open
world
another park.
devolves to them not doing that. That was always my problem with Fallen Kingdom, and then any ones after that.
Oh yeah, no, that problem, they attempt to lampshade it, and we're gonna get there, but not to jump ahead, but yeah, they do deal with that, and it's part of what makes that movie terrible. But yeah, you're right. Where you're like, yeah, they would just reopen it. It's making
They
too
would
much
just reopen
money.
it.
It's making way too much money.
They'd reopen it, and then they'd be like, oh, this park has like what are they called? Fuzzy fucking elephants.
Oh yeah, the feathery dinosaurs, like a feathery
or
dinosaur.
feathery dinosaurs, or no, what are they? What are those called? Mammoths.
Mammoth,
They'd
yeah.
have mammoths, or like they'd have some other ancient thing, or they'd be like, oh yeah, for an exorbitant amount of money, you can clone someone you love.
I think the idea though is supposed to be that people were. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Or
they were
like,
just-
or like we can clone cave people, and they're part of our circus now too.
I think that the idea was that people were getting bored with dinosaurs. It's supposed to be, but they this one, the last one, and this one both promised the notion that we were gonna get dinosaurs with like lasers. We were gonna see military applied lasers, and we're gonna have dinosaurs versus dinosaurs fighting, and they just never do that. They just never do anything interesting with the dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They get kind of close in the third one. There's kind of a fun motorcycle chase sequence in the day through like Rome or something that's kind of fun. But they never do anything. Like, yeah, the back half of this movie is boring as fuck.
Right. That being said, it did well. It did very well.
Yeah, it did well enough for them to make another one.
It had a budget of, I mean, it gives me a range here, so
Did
I
not
don't
make
know
as much
how.
as the first one though. The first one.
I don't know
made
how
way more.
accurate this is, but it says it made it said that it had a budget of between 170 to 465 million dollars. Do you want to guess what the box office was?
It didn't crack $1 billion. Did it crack $1 billion?
Do you want to make a guess as to what it is?
500 million.
No, according to this, it was 1.310 billion.
Oh, it did make over $1 billion. I could have sworn that this made less than the first one.
I mean, that's what this says anyway. I don't know how accurate that is, but
No, it didn't bomb, obviously, because I know the third one didn't do well.
They made another one, so that's a thing. Yeah, creatures on screen. Oh, interesting. I would have thought in this one it was all computer generated imagery. Apparently, there is some animatronics used in here
Oh, really?
in this one. Yeah,
I know that they used some in the first one too. Jordan.
that's it for Jurassic World:
That's
Fallen
it.
Kingdom.
So okay, Jordan.
And that's my last have seen.
When I went to this week, I knew I wanted to watch The Good Dinosaur. I know I wanted to watch The Good Dinosaur because years and years ago, I will not take credit for this joke. Brental Floss did a tweet where he said that there's a reason it's not called The Great Dinosaur. And I maintain that there is a reason it's not called The Great Dinosaur. But to its defense, the first time I watched it, I fell asleep midway, decided that was fate, didn't bother to rewatch it, and just kind of woke up at the end and just said I'd watched it. That's all I remember. I remember passing out watching it. So, in relation to every other, by the time I got to this, agonizingly terrible movie I'd watched up until this point, and following the rest of the movies I watched, comparatively, this is the greatest fucking dinosaur ever. And that's obviously The Good Dinosaur.
Oh God.
Yeah, so The Good Dinosaur is yet another one of Pixar's movies, and here a Pixar movie, and I missed this the first time I watched it, but the thing with this is it takes place in an alternate history where the meteor that was supposed to hit the Earth doesn't hit the Earth, and so all of the dinosaurs stuck around, and so now they're all anthropomorphized, and this movie is about I think they're brontosauruses, a family of like brontosauruses who are all farmers, and they are harvesting for like the winter or whatever, and it's a family of 5: mom, dad, brother, sister, Arlo. Yeah, 5. And they are all kind of they have this tradition of when you do a really good thing, you leave your mark, and you do that by putting your mark on the silo. And Arlo is a big old coward, and he is tasked with killing any critters that come to steal the food. And a critter comes to steal the food, and it's a human, little human boy. And Arlo feels guilty and lets the little human boy go. And the dad gets mad and is like, let's go get him. And they chase after him for a while, and there's a huge storm. And they try to go back, and the dad gets washed away by the river. And he dies. Jordan,
That's dark.
is any of this ringing a bell?
I remember the silo. I remember there being a river, and I remember there being farmers who are T-Rexes.
Yes. So yeah, I was impressed that the dad dies, and spoiler alert, stays dead. Like it's not like I was fully expecting it to turn out that when he got washed away, that he got lost. I was fully expecting him to come back at the end. No, the dad stays dead the whole movie. And so yeah, Arlo, commits to helping the mom with the harvest or whatever, and he gets the little human comes back, and and
they all live happily ever after.
He chases after him, and him and the little human boy, who he named Spot, get washed away, and he and Spot kind of start to bond. And it's weird because Arlo treats him not like a friend, but more like a dog, like a little pet.
Like a pet.
And it's there. This movie is a Western at its core. It's got the same structure as a Western. It's very similar to many Westerns I've seen, where it's about a guy who gets lost and has to get back home to his family. There's several. There's a character. Jordan mentioned it later on. At a point, he meets a family of T-Rexes, and I really appreciated how the T-Rexes got to have personalities, and they're really funny. They're ranchers who they ranch longhorn yaks or whatever, and they run.
I seem to remember them having Texan accents.
Yeah, one of them
maybe
voiced by Sam Elliott.
Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
So you remember the stranger from The Big Lebowski, dude abides.
Yes. He's also in Ghost Rider.
So yeah, he's one of the T-Rexes, and they run they run like they're riding a horse, and it's really funny. It's really funny the way they run. They gallop like they're riding a horse.
Yeah, to be fair, I never realized it was a Western. That explains why it's so boring.
Yeah, it's really slow and there's long scenes of them just walking. That's just really dry. I get why this kids didn't jive with this, because it's really
you have to love a Western.
Yeah. Its pacing is really slow and sluggish at times. We're like, oh, this is kind of a slog. But the characters are really fun. The relationship between Arlo and Spot is really interesting. At a certain point, they've run into a family that he ends up leaving Spot with, and their relationship is kind of weird because he's a human and he's treating him like a dog. So that is kind of weird. My one thing about it is, I think it's one of those movies that it went through a lot of rewrites and a lot of changes over the years, and it apparently was darker at first. And I think it would have maybe been more interesting if he wasn't like a four-legged dinosaur, and if he was more anthropomorphic, like more upright walking lizard person dinosaur. And because the concept that there really isn't any reason to have the bit where it's the asteroid misses the Earth. And it's you can just be like Land Before Time doesn't feel the need to explain why the dinosaurs can talk, or like you could just have it where it's just this movie, suspend your disbelief, humans and dinosaurs live at the same time. It's a kids movie. Like if you're gonna have that,
you could have Ice Aged it.
Right? Yeah, Ice Age is another great example. Yeah, where it's like, yeah, you didn't really need to explain this in the narrative, and if you are, it just feels like you didn't really do anything all that interesting with it. I think this would have been much more interesting if the humans were a bit more evolved. But also, I was kind of getting into it by the end of it, and I was like, you know what? It is kind of a shame.
Especially because you could have, with the cave people, there is precedent for there being the one that I watched last week, where they are technically cave people and they talk.
Right.
You can have them be cave people and just have them be you can have them be stupid.
Right.
He's stupid.
Right.
He's an idiot. You can make him. You could use that as an excuse to make a joke where the anthropomorphic character is like a dude bro, or a surfer dude vibe or whatever, and make him stupid.
But and the end is sufficiently when they break up and they leave and he leaves them behind. It is sad. It's very sad. But when I watched it, I was kind of getting into it. I'm like, you know what? This isn't bad. This isn't as bad as I remember it being. This is way better than I remember it being. But I was kind of disappointed they didn't do better. Because I was like, you know what? I kind of would dig a sequel to this. You do a sequel where do a time skip. It's like, I don't know, 10 years later. And Arlo is now an adult with his own family. And he runs into Spot again, who's now an adult. And have it be where they reconnect as adults. I think that would have been really interesting. And it felt like maybe that's where they were going with this if this had done better. Because it definitely has that vibe of like they thought this was going to be a franchise.
You know what kind of surprises me on the subject of aging up dinosaurs? I'm kind of surprised they never did like a special or like a special like DVD version or whatever where like you had an older Littlefoot and the gang and they were like in their like preteen like an all grown up kind of thing.
They never time skipped that franchise. I don't know why. I know
like
why,
how they had that episode of Rugrats where they did the all grown up and they used that as a backdoor pilot or whatever. I'm surprised we never got something like that.
Right?
Like,
but anyway,
with Land Before Time.
I stand by it. There's a reason why it's not called The Great Dinosaur. There's a reason why.
There's a reason.
The reason why there wasn't a good Dinosaur 2 and 3.
And the reason is because it was boring as shit.
Because it really, there's moments it really drags in the middle. It sags quite a bit.
Especially when you remember that this is a movie for like 6 or 7 years old.
I remember me and you, we sat and we watched it.
If I, as an adult, am finding it boring and can't pay attention to it, I don't expect them to.
I just remember we both passed out watching it. We just completely conked out, fell asleep.
Because it was boring.
It was it really does quite drag.
We were probably drinking at the time too.
I honestly don't remember. I just remember both of us waking up and it being the ending bit where he's walking back to his family finally, and us both being like, "We got the gist." That was before the show. That's the Good Dinosaur. That is it for the have scenes, Jordan. Swinging on into the have not scenes.
It's time for us to lumber on like a big old dinosaur into the have not scenes. And so my first have not seen is a movie from 1991. So it is as old as me.
It is.
Adventures in Dinosaur City.
Adventures in Dinosaur City?
Have you ever heard of this movie, Justin?
No, never once.
I had never heard of this movie either. And it is
bad?
Not very modern.
I mean, it's from 1991. I can't see how you would say that.
I can't say that it's bad because I feel like as a kid, part of why I can't say that it's bad is because I had a hard time understanding and seeing what was going on because all of the versions that I found of it were, even the ones that were quote unquote 720p or updated resolution, were terrible resolution and was very not good. Like it wasn't the greatest quality.
It was not 720p.
So I don't want to hold that against it because that doesn't feel fair.
I mean, you're not wrong. I wouldn't either.
So on that basis, I think as a kid you would enjoy it. In a lot of ways, in terms of like of what it feels like and like what it looks like. You're funny enough. You mentioned earlier the Dinosaurs show, the Jim Henson one.
Yes,
that's what this makes me think of.
Is it that weird one I saw you watching the other day?
The one where they were in suits and it looked like Jim Henson stuff? Yeah, that one.
Oh, yeah. I can tell you would say that.
You could see why I would say that feels like that show.
Yeah.
So, basically the plot of it is there's 3 teenagers, although I argue they're, like, young teenagers, but...
aren't all teenagers young?
And the one of them is supposed to be younger than the other two, and he comes across like he's, like, 11 or 12 to me, but... I don't know ages. And his dad is, I guess, a scientist who's been working on some weird technology. And so they have this show, this animated TV series which they love, which is called Dinosaurs with a space in between.
Wait, Dinosaurs?
Like DINO space SAURS. Like with the space in between.
Gotcha.
Which features anthropomorphic dinosaurs and cave people. They want to watch the show on a better screen than what they usually watch it on, and the kids' parents are going away. I don't remember why. I think for some scientific thing. Um, and
Science, bitch.
they have a big TV screen in the laboratory. Uh, the big TV screen is part of their experimental device, though, which, as I'm reading, and this makes a lot of sense, is an experimental device designed to open a portal to another dimension. Um, and so they put the videotape in to watch the videotape. It activates the machine, and they get sucked into into the universe which the show takes place.
All right.
And then
like one does.
the rest of the movie is about them trying to get back to the real world. And so they, over the course of it, meet characters from the show that they love, except the characters aren't acting like what they act like on the show, and they're different, and it's fine.
It's a whole thing.
It's a kids movie, so it's fine. It doesn't have any names that I specifically recognize, although a couple of the voices are. 3 of them don't have Wikipedia pages, so I can't tell you if they're in anything. But 2 of them do. And one of them is known for being Andy Garvey on Little House on the Prairies.
Never seen an episode.
And the other one you would know his voice roles. He's Colonel Roy Campbell in Metal Gear, and he's Perceptor in the Transformers, as well as Max Tennyson in Ben 10.
Oh yeah, I do know him.
Paul Eiding.
I don't recognize him by name, but I know the voice.
And then I don't know I can't tell what the other 3 are in, but the other voices of dinosaurs are David Jolliffe, Rob Sherwood, and Spike Miller.
All right then.
And then there's a bunch of actors and stuff. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. I had a fine time.
I can't tell you what the what money it made because I'm pretty sure it was straight to DVD.
Straight to Divida.
Or 91 straight to video, I guess I should say.
Straight to Vicious.
Yeah. It's fine.
It's fine.
Although apparently so initial release was in the UK, and it was direct to video, and it was called Dinosaurs the Movie instead of what it's called now, which is Adventures in Dinosaur City. And then theatrical, it did actually have a theatrical release.
Oh, really?
In France, under the French title Dinosaurs, whatever dinosaurs in French is. Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
And then it had its world television premiere on the Disney Channel.
It was giving me Disney Channel vibes.
Oh, and another interesting fact, it had a video game adaptation.
Really?
Loosely based on the film's plot and characters, under the title Dino City for Super NES.
Well, all right then. Well,
that's about as much interesting information I can give you about what is otherwise a very generic movie.
So, Jordan, let me ask you this question as we continue on here. Did you enjoy the part where we talked about how the movies were good?
Yeah,
that was nice, wasn't it? Yeah, that's over now. That's over. So, Jordan, which bad movie do you want to hear about first? Do you want to hear about the shitty Jurassic Park movie I watched? Or do you want to hear about the shitty Adam Driver movie?
Let's start with the Adam Driver, and we'll end on
Jurassic Park.
We'll end on the franchise I've heard of.
The whole reason we did this. So, 65. So this is actually a recent movie. This came out I think in 2023. It came out, starring Adam Driver. It takes place seemingly in the future, and he plays a space guy who he's got a sick daughter and a wife, and he has to leave for 2 years to go on a job, but he doesn't want to go because he doesn't want to leave his family. And so he's in a spaceship with a bunch of crew people, and they're on their way to wherever it is they're going, and they hit a random asteroid field that they didn't know was there. And 16 minutes into the movie, he crash lands, and it does the title card. 16
minutes?
It goes 65. And then it gives you a wall of text saying it was like 65 billion years ago. A man crash landed on a planet. That planet was Earth. Because I'm guessing in test screenings, it wasn't obvious enough that it was Earth. So the whole thing with this movie and its pitch was that it was basically pitched as Adam Driver versus dinosaurs. And so, Jordan, it turns out that Adam Driver is actually an alien, and this is 65 million years in the past, and he's crash landed on prehistoric Earth, and there's a bunch of dinosaurs.
Oh, good.
And this movie's fucking boring as shit. And it's Adam Driver. He eventually runs into this little other alien girl who speaks another language, so they don't understand each other. And it's not like Wolverine, where there's a moment where you find out, oh no, she can't speak English, or there's a moment where they never understand each other throughout the entire movie. So he has to pantomime every single, he's like, I have to climb, like one of those things. Like, it's not fun to watch. Most of the movie is just them.
That's always fun to watch.
It's not fun to watch. And then a bunch of the movie is just them very boringly walking through what is definitely modern day Earth jungles and like running into badly CGI dinosaurs that he doesn't really fight. Like, there's one point and like a bunch of the movie is undercut by the fact that he has a gun. So there's a point where
like a cool, awesome, special space gun?
Space gun, yes.
Okay, well, at least it's not a boring, normal, regular gun.
No, but there's a point towards the end of the movie where he's being chased by a T-Rex and he wheels around and he shoots the T-Rex right in the brain. And the laser goes through the T-Rex's brain and the T-Rex falls to the ground. And you're like, wait, you could have done that the whole time? And it's like a massive T-Rex who just falls, and it's like, man, that really undercuts all the drama. And they like get off the planet with like not minimal difficulty, but like with relative minimal difficulty to the situation that they're in. And like it seems to like imply that they're the reason why humans exist, because after they like, the movie obviously ends with them escaping, and it shows all of the evolution post them leaving. So it seems to imply that they're like, how there's that like old like conspiracy, it's humans are monkeys and another species combined together. So it seems to imply that they're the other species, I guess. I don't know. The one compliment I will give it is at least, and then sorry, the girl that he runs into is like a child. So the dynamic is like a father-daughter thing, not like a love interest thing. So it prevents it from feeling totally uninspired. But throughout the movie, it keeps showing these messages from his daughter until at the end you find out that the daughter who was sick, that she died. And it's not made clear when he watched these like they're framed as though they're like flashbacks. So it's unclear as to like when he's received these messages, or like, because you're like, oh, maybe he saw them on the ship, but all the people were in cryo sleep on the ship. So it's really confusing. I must have missed something because I was so fucking bored. Like, there may be something here I missed, but it was atrocious. Like, yeah, it had dinosaurs in it, but I thought for sure it was going to turn out, I was going to sit here and be like, yeah, they're not really dinosaurs, they're more like aliens, because he's technically on an alien planet. But then they were like, no, he's on Earth. I was like, all right, I guess they are dinosaurs then. This movie's lame as shit.
I guess they're technically dinosaurs.
Moving on. That's it. That's all I have to say about 65. I was 65.
So, okay. Then that moves us on to my last movie of the week.
Final movie.
Which I argue is not a dinosaur movie. Even though the movie is called My Pet Dinosaur. Which I guess really, I guess maybe we raise the question of, what makes a dinosaur a dinosaur? Is it looks? Is it DNA?
Does it look like a dinosaur?
Kind of, at points.
I mean, biologically, obviously not. It's not a dinosaur. But, like, are we talking, like for the purposes of the show? Close enough.
Yeah, I mean, it fits the bill technically,
It
and
looks
it,
like
and
a
it has
dinosaur.
it has dinosaur in the name.
If
So
we wanted to exclude things that aren't technically dinosaurs, we already said it, but none of the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park would count.
this is true. This is
They're all
true.
technically clones of dinosaurs. They are not actual dinosaurs.
No, Justin, they're not even clones of dinosaurs because they have to fill in the DNA genome sequencing, which makes them genetic
True.
abominations.
They're not a true pure clone of dinosaurs.
They're not.
Really,
They're not even dinosaurs
really
at all.
of the movies we watched this week, the one that technically had a dinosaur is probably the shitty Will Ferrell movie.
No, that's not true. There was also The Land Before Time and We're Back.
Right. Those were real dinosaurs.
He time travels back in time to bring the dinosaurs back to the
That's
present.
a good point.
And the other one just takes place with dinosaurs.
I mean, technically speaking, the little dinosaurs were technically dinosaurs. They were just little.
I'm just saying.
They were just
This
little.
this one, however. So okay. This is gonna be and you will like this. I hate this, but this is a rare example where I can't use Wikipedia to fill in my gaps because Wikipedia only has the synopsis.
Oh, I hate when that happens. That's because someone was too lazy to. Nobody likes this movie enough to go in and write in the actual plot synopsis.
They write in the plights. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this off my memory, and my memory ain't good for shit. So I'm tempted to force you to watch this for one of the future episodes. But because, yeah. So, okay.
Oh, no. Anything
It's
that makes you go, how do I do this?
Well, it's not that it's a bad movie necessarily. In a lot of ways, it reminds me of like an early Spielberg, like a E.T. or like in particular E.T. That's not what makes me go like, how do I do this? What makes me go like, how do I do this is I don't want to. There's a particular reason why I want you to watch this movie, and it's because of the portrayal of one of the actors. And I don't want to give away what makes me want to make you watch this.
Okay. We could pin it.
Because giving too much detail on that particular character choice will kind of give away.
Would you say it was called My Pet Dinosaur?
My Pet Dinosaur.
We'll add it to the list.
It's on streaming, so it should be easy for you. But I'm going to avoid that particular character choice, which it's a choice.
It's a choice.
But so the non spoiler, without giving away too much of this one, is the main character and his friends. One of his friends is a streamer, and so they're alien hunting, and they're out in the forest, and they find
streamer like Twitch streamer?
Like, I think it's supposed to be like a YouTube
Like
kind
a
of
YouTube thing?
but
Wow, what year did this movie come out?
2017.
Really? I guess we
Yep.
were doing streaming then.
It's Australian.
Australian. How many Australian accents are in it, or are they trying to do American accents?
It feels like they're trying. I can't tell if they're trying
Those
to
are my
hide
favorites.
It feels like they're trying to hide it because they
Oh,
never direct. I don't think they
desperately try to do an
directly.
American accent.
I don't think they directly say. Wait. Hold on. He was in that? Wait. Is he related to...
Share with
Oh,
the
I don't
class.
I don't think he's related. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I mean, he is someone that might be recognizable, but no. A person who's in this is not who I thought he was in it, but I recognized the last name, which was Irwin.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, wait, like related to Steve Irwin, but no. He's some sort of, he appears to be some sort of wrestler. Scott Irwin.
Don't recognize.
But no, I don't recognize any of the people in this movie because I think they're all from Australia.
Australia. It's possible.
I will
that
say,
I might recognize
I will
them if I saw
say,
them.
so yeah, basically Cold Note's version is, yeah, they find the goop, and then from the goop, the dinosaur is born, but it's like a tiny little thing, and the kid is raising it as a pet, and
Surely
the
this
government-
has to be based on like a popular toy in Australia.
doesn't
Like,
really
you
say
buy
anything.
the egg and the dinosaur comes in it.
Doesn't really. No, there's no egg. There's no egg. That's where I say it comes from the goop.
Oh no, okay. You buy the goop, or no? But I'm saying like when you buy the toy, like a toy. You buy the toy and you open it up and it's
I
a
mean,
monster. It's like a
yeah,
collectible thing.
maybe, but I'm not seeing anything about it. Um, but and then yeah, I mean, from that point, it's basically E.T., where he's trying to keep the dinosaur hidden, and he ultimately can't keep the dinosaur hidden,
You've
and
seen
then
this movie?
you have ultimately seen this movie because you've seen movies like E.T.
You've seen
This
E.T.
just
It's just E.T.
this just puts a different spin on it. I mostly want, the reason why I'm adding it to your list, I mostly want you to watch it because of a character choice that I want you to tell me you hate it as much as I do, basically.
All right, I can do that.
Um,
I mean, I can't
and
promise it to do that. I might not do that, but I can certainly try.
you might not do that, but I feel like you will.
I
I
have to
feel like
try.
you will.
I'm gonna have to try.
Um, but that's where I don't want to give it away.
Jordan, is there
Ultimately,
anything
it's
else?
not a bad movie. Like I didn't walk away from it being like, oh, this was boring or oh, this was
I mean, it
bad.
certainly sounds like it's
Um,
good for what it is. Those are my favorites. You're like,
yeah,
this is all right for what it is.
it's just I walked away and
It's not trying
this
to
is
be
the
anything
other
different.
this is the other reason why I want you to watch it is because I'm like I feel like maybe I missed something explaining how,
Fair.
like what, how,
Certainly
because it's
possible.
like it's just, but I don't want to watch it a second time ever. So
Fair enough.
maybe I mean not ever, maybe one day, but not
Also,
anytime soon.
when we eventually do this, you don't have a choice episode. It's just gonna be all haven't seens. It's all it's gonna be.
Probably.
It's just there will be no
Wait,
have seens.
do you mean for me or for you?
Both.
Because
Both.
I mean probably that's kind of the point.
Yeah. Jordan, is that it?
That's it for this week.
Oh god, Jordan, it's time to talk about a terrible movie. Another terrible movie. It's time to talk about my final thing. Let's talk about Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh no.
Jordan. Sorry, Jurassic World Rebirth is a sequel to the last Jurassic World movie. A movie that they promised was going to be a reboot. It stars, it's got Mahershala Ali, it's got Scarlett Johansson, it's got a bunch of people you don't recognize. And the whole plot of this is Scarlett Johansson and all of these people are all like mercenary type people. And a pharmaceutical company hires them to go and retrieve samples, MacGuffins, they're very much MacGuffins, of 3 separate dinosaurs. Oh, and the other thing about this is, it opens with the whole plot of this. This is in the trailer, so it's not a spoiler. They go to the island where they did all the mutant freak dinosaurs. It's all the dinosaurs that basically people became bored of them, so they tried to make like 5-headed dinosaurs. It's all the dinosaurs that are too scary to go in the park. That's what this place is. So the movie does a cold open.
Now hear me out. If this was a real world where capitalism thrives and you know things are the way they are, they would not be too. They would be too scary for the main park, and then they would make Abomination Park, and that's where these
Probably.
things would be.
But so the movie opens. It has a really exceptionally long cold open of one of the dinosaurs dubbed the D-Rex, destroying the lab basically, and then
The T-Rex.
it just shoves a wall of text, once again a wall of text in your face, where it says a bunch of it just vomits exposition at you, where it tells you that all of the because you're like, okay, so this movie is technically a sequel to the last Jurassic World movie. It still it takes place in that universe. So this wall of text reveals that most of the dinosaurs, you're expecting, okay, there'll be dinosaurs everywhere, but because of modern climate and vegetation and life, they can't survive in the world. So like,
I mean that makes sense.
most of the dinosaurs have
Are
died
gone.
off, and the only ones that can live by the equator, because it's the only part of the earth that's hospitable for them. And the movie opens with the bad guy. He's driving through traffic, and there's just a brontosaurus just dying on the side of the road.
That's sad.
And so yeah, so there's all this setup. Like the movie is 2 hours and 15 minutes long, and it could have been an hour 45. to 2 hours. It is agonizing. The pacing is agonizing. The first little bit of it is just like, yeah, them getting people and setting up the boat to go after the big fish one, getting the different people, whatever. And just out of nowhere, the movie does a hard cut, and it's just this random family. And they're on a sailboat, and they're sailing through the water, and there's just this random family. And when that happened, I went, I'm so glad we didn't watch this in theaters, because I would have turned to you and been like, who the fuck are these people? And the scene goes on for like a full 5 minutes, and you're like, who the fuck are these people? And the big boast of this movie is you're like, oh, anybody can die. But it's the kind of movie where you can tell who's going to die because it's really telegraphed and it's really obvious. So like, okay, so it's a bunch of famous people, and it's a sliding scale of how famous they are to what are the odds that they're going to die. So the first guy to die is, you won't know his name, but you know him. He's Ed Skrein. He's Francis in Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
So he's been in a bunch of stuff. So he bites it almost immediately. He gets killed almost immediately. So like, okay, well, the famous guy got it. So that means that the famous guys are safe. But Scarlett Johansson is in this, and she produced it. So there ain't no fucking way she's dying.
Unless it's like at the very last minute as a sacrifice, and then
She
you ultimately reveal.
That's not happening.
Then you ultimately reveal that she did survive in the final act, so she
Right.
can show up to save the day.
Pretty much, but she's not dying. And then it's peppered with like 2 or 3 unknown actors. So like, well, the two unknown, yeah, they're dead, and they are. The one girl, there's a big long extended sequence where they get into a boat battle with a big shark, basically. They get. I'm like, all the details don't really matter.
A sharkosaur.
And this shark sinks the family's boat, and the connection is that the Scarlett Johansson group, they just disappear for like 10 minutes, and then they show back up again, and they rescue this family. And they're like, okay, we're gonna take you somewhere safe, but just bear with us while we get the sample, because the whole thing is they're trying to get samples from these dinosaurs so that they can create a pharmaceutical drug that will help people who have bad hearts. And so they're like, okay, like, we're gonna go for this thing, and the thing attacks their ship. It's using Spinosauruses. They're working together symbiotically, and it like sinks. It attempts to sink their ship, and the guy who hired all of him, the evil pharmaceutical guy, they're going for like shallow water, and she's calling for help, and he's like, no, don't call for help, and he pushes her into the water. And the rest of the family jumps in after her. And there's this. Sounds
like a real if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you do it too kind of situation.
Well, it's because they're like, the boat's gonna crash, and they're going into shallow water. So the big thing can't chase after them in shallow water, so they're safe for now in shallow water. And the boat crashes, and all the rest of them have jumped up, and they're trying to get all the equipment onto the thing. And the one girl who's like as far as I can tell, a nobody, I didn't recognize her, is pulling one of the things onto the beach, and a Spinosaurus just comes out of nowhere and like snatches her and drags her into the water and eats her. And you're like, okay, yeah, she's an unknown. That one's obvious. And then the next guy to go is this random French guy who is working on the boat, and he's not famous either. And so then
Parlez-vous français?
So Mahershala Ali, who you don't know him in anything, but he's famous. He's the guy who's going to be Blade.
He's like proper famous. That one is.
But he's the movie is sort of telegraphing. Oh, and so then they when they crash the boat or whatever, the family and the people who are hunting after the dinosaurs, they split up, and it becomes in 2 completely separate movies. It becomes Scarlett Johansson and the people hunting the dinosaurs, and the family trying to survive on the island. And Scarlett Johansson is an infinitely more interesting movie. It's way more interesting. She's a way more interesting character. She's got a lot of charisma in this, and I was enjoying it. Every time it cut to the family, it was agonizing. But also, the family had some kind of touching moments. Like, there was there's a running gag between not a running gag, but a running subplot where the daughter has a boyfriend who's a lazy piece of shit, and he, as the movie goes on, matures as he like adjusts to the situation. Like, he jumps in to save the daughter, and he's helping the dad.
So That to me just sounds like a worse version of Jurassic Park 3,
There,
where you like
it's
you have the really cool Alan Grant, and I want to follow him and be with him, and they keep cutting back to this lame ass wife and
it
and
the,
uh,
the
and husband.
frustrating bit about this movie is it's got interesting ideas in it, like the notion of like, okay, this is the further continuation of the sort of subplot they've had throughout these movies of humans are bored. They're bored with dinosaurs. So that one of the guys, he works for a museum, and people have just stopped coming because they're no longer interested in dinosaurs. Because Jurassic World was around, they're just so desensitized to them that they don't care anymore. That is interesting. The fallout of just having these creatures in your lives. That's interesting. It does a bunch of like, it's basically doing the law or the one you watched, Dominion, where it's them going to the island again, which is just doing Jurassic Park 2. It's doing, the movies have already done this. It never justifies its own existence. It's like it never does anything interesting that the previous ones didn't already do. Eventually, they run into the mutant dinosaurs, and like you're like, okay, yeah, mutant dinosaurs, like this theoretically could be interesting. Like yeah, this is the stuff that's a bit more like monstrous, and it's like it just kind of devolves to being the D-Rex he's a 6-armed, he's got a big bulbous forehead. It's just another Indominus Rex. It's just not very, but he looks slightly scarier. Like it's just not very interesting.
For me, and I sort of came to the realization when I was watching mine this week, is the reason why the ones that come after the first Jurassic blank movies, so the one that first one, or the one that comes after the first Jurassic Park, or the one that comes after the first Jurassic World, the reason why it stops being interesting once the park is a thing is because they have, in my opinion, never successfully showed what it would be like if these creatures existed in a real world.
Right.
So
that's way more interesting than they go to the island again and get lost in dinosaurs.
Yeah. So like
It's
even
been
in what's the one after Dominion? Evolution or whatever?
Yeah.
That one where the dinosaurs are supposed to be just out and about and living and
they're not.
you get like a sanctuary where you see them, and you get bugs.
Right.
That movie you get bugs.
This is kind of the same thing where you're like, oh, you're expecting
instead of getting to see like a city where like you have people trying to drive down Los Angeles Boulevard, and you have a triceratops who's trying to graze on the grass.
That's what's frustrating about this, is this movie does kind of do that, because it opens with the bad guy's like stuck. Oh yeah, and then obviously the last guy to bite it is the bad guy. He gets eaten. Like, and that's obvious. They telegraph it the whole time. The one clever thing is they make you think that they're gonna eat the boyfriend. The boyfriend's gonna sacrifice himself, and he never does. But yeah, so like that happens early on in the movie where he's driving through traffic and there's just a brontosaurus dying. But that's what I wanted to see. Like, yeah, you're like, okay, this is continuing on. You're expecting now dinosaurs to just kind of be everywhere, and that's expensive. So the movie has to go out of its way to explain to you why they aren't, and it's dumb.
I also understand from a movie standpoint. Some people saying this was a good movie,
and I don't understand how it was awful.
Well, I understand from a movie making standpoint of, okay, you have it out in the world. What is the movie?
Yeah.
Like, if it's just about the dinosaur, and that's kind of the problem, is once you take it out of the park, what is the movie about? Well, it has to be about either some megalomaniac wanting to use the technology to some bad thing. And so that's where I kind of have always been with you, where I'm like, if you're going to do more Jurassic Park movies where it's out of the park, it kind of has to devolve to the Russians and the Americans both want the dinosaurs to do a war, and the dinosaurs become the world's version of a nuclear arms race. And
that's
like,
what I'm saying. Like, how sick would it be to see a guy riding on the back of a T-Rex? Like, that's
kind of the logical progression.
Well, that's the thing. They hinted at that in that first one, is they were talking about the behavioral. Like all of those movies set up the idea of these dinosaurs being trained and doing cool shit, and then they never do anything with it.
Yeah.
Ever.
Like to me, so if I'm making a Jurassic World movie, which takes place in this world that they've established, and the one that you just watched doesn't exist, and it's continuing Dominion. Actually, I'll continue off of the one I just watched. What I would do is I would have it be where the next movie, you can even bring back Chris Pine, Chris Evans, Chris, one of the Chris's,
Yeah.
whichever Chris was
Chris
in
Pratt.
this. Chris Pratt, thank you. Their names get lost in my
I
mind.
quite like Scarlett Johansson. I'd watch another one of these movies.
I know, sure. I don't. Who the main character is doesn't really matter to me. That's not the point. I just said Pratt because if it's a continuation of the Pratt story, what I would have done is I would have had it be where whoever the main character is, they discover that one of the governments has created their own army of dinosaurs, and they're testing them in such and such location or on such and such island, and they have to go there and they have to like either destroy the facility, or in that way you still get they have to go to a facility, they have to stop a thing, but like you're making it a force that's interesting, and you're making it where like, okay, at this point they're militarized dinosaurs, you can have them with lasers
like my thing is like they introduced the concept and the idea and of the you introduced human cloning, and then you introduced the human component to this. Like,
yeah, that's the other thing.
This is where they do the freak shit. Why not have human dinosaur hybrids? Like, if you're gonna do it, don't just make it another like
and hear me out,
slightly different looking dinosaur. It was just the D-Rex is fucking boring. He's so boring.
And hear me out on this. You've introduced human cloning. Have it be where the psychopaths create a clone dinosaur army where each dinosaur and clone are created together, so they're like they listen to each other or whatever, and like you have them riders, and you have like but they're all clones of like, and you can like make it where like they're all clones of like one guy.
Like to answer your question, yeah, once you've done the park is real. What you do from that point, these movies never do it, is you go, okay, what's the geopolitical consequences? They kind of hint at it, but they never actually do anything with it, and it just evolves to, okay, they're on a jungle island walking through the jungle, and oh no, there's a slightly bigger dinosaur comes out of this one. At least there's a bunch of it where it's on the water.
It's especially
on a boat, and there's a big water one that there's a bunch of cool kind of it's not. It's a bad movie. It's terrible, and it agitated me, and I hated it. But that's not to say there wasn't parts of it that was entertaining.
My thing with these movies as well is like
30 minutes shorter.
Once Jurassic World exists, like once you have that park and it was successful and you ran it successfully, you know how to handle these animals, right? Because at the end of the day, they're still animals.
But let me
finish. So if you like you exist in a world where this park existed for however many years, they have developed the technology to successfully track and know these animals. They're not a threat anymore. They're just animals at that point.
The big predators,
they're as sure, but you would develop guns that would stop them. You would develop like tasers that would be strong enough to knock them out. Like they're not a threat anymore.
A lot of this movie exists to be like, well, how come the dinosaurs exist to be like, how come the dinosaurs just aren't everywhere? Okay, they all exist in this one specific location on the planet, or they otherwise die. It's so lazy. Like it just like because there's interesting elements to this where you ask the question, okay, well, how do the dinosaurs impact the ecosystems? Like a big part of this is a big shark thing, whale thing that is like patrolling the oceans. Surely that's bigger than anything on the planet. Like surely this has impacted the ecosystem. How like that those are the questions that you answer with this. Not like they go back to an island and go to a lab. Like, oh my god, that's so fucking boring.
And having not watched the one that you watched, but I'm going to throw my 2 cents in anyways, it particularly doesn't make sense when you remember that this canonically takes place in the same world that the first Jurassic Park movie took place in, a world where they were designed not to be able to breed, but to quote the own movie that it comes from, life found a way, and they were able to breed and continue living even though they were literally designed not to. So let me finish. So you're telling me that these dinosaurs are dying because of temperature and yada yada yada. They would evolve.
Well, not even that they would evolve is I mean, just mechanically
Like
from a
those,
script point,
those specific dinosaurs would evolve.
You just have it be like we genetically engineered them to not die. They're genetically engineered. You could and they're spliced with other animals. You just be like they're spliced with an animal so they don't get cold in the winter. They don't have.
Yeah, exactly.
But
that's
no,
my
yeah.
point.
Like I would have brought back.
That's what
I would've,
happened in the first movie. That's why they were able to breed. And
I
again,
would've,
canonically, these movies take place in that world.
Right.
So
I would have brought. See, my thing is like, yeah, the stuff you lean into is the weird, genetic science fiction-y stuff where you're like, yeah, you have it. If you're gonna do these are the freak dinosaurs, they need to be more interesting. Like again, the D-Rex is so fucking boring.
You gotta dial
so
it up.
boring. I
Like,
couldn't believe that people said this was good. Like it was.
If you're gonna have like another T-Rex, I mean, at the very least, it's got to be the size of a mountain,
right, or something like,
or something, or like,
something.
or have it where like it has like blades on its arms, or like the tail.
Why is the family the thing that they kept cutting back to the family, and it was agonizing. It was like I was watching two separate movies, and the only reason why the family is in this movie is because there's the one scene that they kept talking about. We talked about in the news once, where it's the scene that they didn't, that's from the first book that they cut out of the first movie, where it's they're trying to sneak or get past the T-Rex on the river in the inflatable boat. That scene's in this movie, and that's the only reason why the family's in there. They otherwise could be completely cut out of this movie. Oh, that was the other one. In the family, there's a bunch of scenes that make you think that the little girl's gonna get eaten, and the little girl's not gonna get eaten because it's just that kind of movie.
It's too dark.
Right, that's too dark for this kind of movie. So you're like, yeah, it's not. No, exactly who's gonna die at what point they're gonna die, and it's so predictable and it's so obvious, and it's just like, yeah, I would have been far more interested in a reboot where it's Jurassic Park, but instead of it taking place in 1995, it takes place in 2025. And it has the same technology as Jurassic World or whatever, and it's a modern, updated version of that. To me, that's 1,000 times more interesting than being in this universe where you're doing nothing with this premise or nothing with this concept. You're doing nothing but the same shit with ingredients that are interesting, but you're not doing anything with them, and that's what made this so frustrating for me. It does not justify its own existence.
I would also reboot it, but I'd go even further. I wouldn't have it be in our modern time. I'd have it be in the future.
That'd also be
I'd have it be where it's like they have even greater genetic capabilities.
I would be like, they're the near future.
They're cloning like saber-toothed tigers. They're cloning mammoths. Like they're cloning other things as well as dinosaurs. And the point, once they escape, is like these are not creatures that are meant to be together. And like that's also where the problem comes from. And like you got to do something new. Ironically,
I'm not against the,
ironically, much like how with the parks, the guests got bored of the dinosaurs because we've seen them 1,000 times. I'm bored with just the dinosaurs. I want other things.
I don't disagree. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You do it where it's a mishmash. You can have a saber-tooth tiger just writes itself. Having a saber-tooth tiger in there would be sick. It's someone impaled with a. But anyway,
right? And not just like not just and I would have it be where it's like they're not just necessarily doing stuff from like the far past, but like maybe they bring back the dodo.
That'd be fun.
Maybe they bring back like and like you have it where like they're bringing back all these species that naturally went out on their own, and then I would lean into the ethics aspect of it, of like what gives them the right.
Yeah, but that's the thing that's frustrating with these movies is they never do that. They never get
the
ethics. They always talk about it. Like they have Jeff Goldblum show up and talk about it, or they discuss it like, oh, like who has the right to decide whether or not and then they never do anything with it. And it's so frustrating.
But that's what I would do. Also, I would have it where in my version where it takes place in the future, I would. I mean, I don't know how you do this.
They should make John Hammond closer to what he's like in the books and just make him an absolute monster.
But I would have it where
he doesn't care that his
because I think this would be hilarious. I would have it be where some of the exhibits are humans who used to be alive who are no longer, and one of them is the Jeff Goldblum character, and it's just him going like, you had no right to bring me back. Just because you had the technology doesn't mean," and just have it be an entire
That'd be pretty
scene
fun. But yeah,
where
definitely you've
he
introduced
lectures
human
them.
cloning. Why did they not? Why introduce that as a plot point if you weren't gonna do anything with it? Like there's so much of that. Why introduce that as a plot point if you weren't gonna do anything with it? It happened a lot in this movie.
It's a good question.
Like it's really like the all of the characters in this have like a tragic backstory. The Mahershala Ali character he's just like his daughter died and they never get into it. Same thing with Scarlett Johansson. She has a partner who died and they all have a tragic. But it's really dumb, bad movie. That's it. So that's Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs.
The name of that movie is going to be, or the name of that video is going to be Justin in the Bad, Not Very Good, Awful Movie.
Justin hated the new Jurassic World movie.
I like my name better.
The problem is the long names like that are fun. They don't fit super nicely on a thumbnail.
I would stand by what I said.
Anyway, with that, next week we're finally gonna do it, everybody. We're finally gonna crack. We're finally gonna do a documentary episode. But here's gonna be the trick. So Jordan, we're gonna aim for a regular, but if we might have a few less. It's gonna depend on
how long we talk about each one.
Well, it's gonna depend on how easy it is to finish it. If it's like, oh, I really want to do one, but it's like 10 episodes long, and I have to cut one to do all 10 episodes because I really want to see how this ends. I'm really invested. Then you can cut one. But ideally, we want to try to get 9 like normal if we can. And the game is going to be with documentaries. Number 1, you're going to tell the story of what the documentary is about. Number 2, you're going to critique the documentary itself. Is it a good delivery of the information? Did you have to do further research to find out more about the story? And number 3, ultimately, was it entertaining? Were you entertained? Were you engaged? Or did you pass out and did it fail the phone test? Those are going to be the questions we answer, and so many more. I'm excited about this. There's a couple documentaries I've been holding off on watching. There's a Charlie Sheen one I'm going to watch. Jordan has no clue. I have some light suggestions for him, but
I have a few that I know that I want to do. I know I want to do the Goofy movie one.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, the Goofy movie one. That is true.
Which doesn't appear to be on Canadian Netflix, so that's a thing.
Gonna have to find that. But that's next week. Documentaries, our first documentary episode. I'm very excited about it. That's coming next week. Jordan, where can the people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch, Zethcore187. I do this on the weekends, and that's the 2 biggest places, the easiest places to find me. So.
You can find me. I'm on the TikTok. I post occasionally. My TikTok has become a bit more political lately because all my movie takes wind up here. But at Justin Spurr, you can also find the show at Spur of the Moment P. Our TikTok's doing gangbusters right now. We're getting all kinds of attention over there. You can email the show. It's Justin's business. You can always email us for anything, but that's the good spot if you want to sponsor the show. If you want us to talk about your thing, that's a good spot to reach us there. You can join the Discord. You can join the Patreon. You go to artemedia.org. That's it. We gotta do the end card. The end card is hit subscribe if you haven't already. So how many videos do we put out a week?
We put out one every day.
Every single day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Every single day we put out a new video. You can leave us a like on this podcast if you sat through the whole thing, or if you're just watching it in chunks. I don't begrudge you if you don't watch the whole thing.
It's pretty long.
We're gonna have all kinds of videos coming out this week. Hit subscribe. If you want to see the last episode of the podcast, which was our Netflix special, it's gonna probably be on Jordan's side on the left, and then if you want to see just a random video, the YouTube things you're gonna enjoy, you click the box on the right.